History is just a story of lies agreed upon. And today I wanted to have a look at the old world that used to exist, and it's still remnants of it all around us. But of course, they do their best to destroy it and to tell us that it never existed. But we have these things called world's fairs. Today we're going to have a look at Paris in 1855, in the time of, wooden carts and horses, hammers and chisels, no power tools, no steam engines, nothing like that. And we're going to have a look at what they created. So let's jump in and have a look at the Paris World's Fair in 1855. So the 1855 Great World Exhibition in France, also known as the first International French Exposition or Exposition Universale, or the Universal Exposition. Now, the open date was May the 15th, 1855, and it closed in November 15, 1855. So it ran for exactly 6 months. The total area was 34 acres, and 24 acres of that was undercover, which means 24 acres of buildings were built. The story is that they were built for this fair, this exposition. They say that they had 5 million people attend and paid attendees, 24,000 exhibits, and it cost 11.5 million francs to make, and they lost $8.3 million. So they didn't make any money out of it. I mean, how could they, right? They build it and then they knock it over and only run it for 6 months. So it's a little bit of a silly story. It says here, the World Exhibition in Paris would be a symbol of French prosperity during a 12-year period. Trade was grown by 300%. The exhibition, however, was not a major success since it was too close after the London exhibition and few technological innovations and low attendance. So 5 million people was low attendance back in the 1850s, apparently. And of course, a big question with, 5 million people, going to this exhibition is, it was in Europe. So, we don't have to, talk about ship travel, sea travel so much, but still a long time, right? No trains. Well, actually they had, no passenger trains really. So we're talking about horse and cart to get there. And then once they get there, where are all the hotels? Where's everyone staying? Where are all the toilets? Where's all the food coming from? There's a lot of questions that are left unanswered. Okay, so here's some pictures. Now, this was 1885, but not many photos, even though photography, first photo was 1827. So, like 50 years earlier, 60 years earlier, we don't get many photos, just all drawings for some reason. And until it sort of hits, the 1880s, and then we start getting photos coming in. So these are mostly drawings. Now, this is inside one of the buildings, the main buildings. As you can see, this is pretty much the same as the Crystal Palace from London, 1851. And these, big glass houses is what they were everywhere. So we're not sure what these were. I think that they were gardens for growing food, because here we go. We've got a big fountain in here. The one in England had like fully grown trees in it. So I believe that these were a part of where they were growing food, and they've just stripped them out. And as you can see, we've got this old world tech, these massively oversized machines. This is a crane, obviously. It looks like it's, there's no motor attached. It's like hand cranked. So maybe that's what they used to build this structure, right? And this is really what they were. They were just big exhibitions, showing the stuff that they stole from the old world. Like this. This photo is from the 1880s, but it is of one of the buildings that they claim was built for the 1855 World's Fair. And as you can see, I mean, this is, you know, Greco-Romana, you know, it's the same stuff we see everywhere, right? Oversized, mud-flooded windows, arches everywhere, columns, and just all this ornateness, you know, everything covered, right? With, you know, this is Lady Liberty. And of course, they're going to link that up, say, well, you know, the French made the Statue of Liberty, but is this, you know, all this iconography, it's really got nothing to do with France or what France was doing at the time, you know, so we're told. This is from, you know, if anything, we would link this to Greece and Roman times, which we're told are thousands of years earlier. All right, so there's a big disjunct here. And this, like I said, these statues, this artwork and iconography, it's everywhere over the old world and the world's fairs. You know, they always have their keystones, their arches, their angels, always the same thing, and always huge. You know, you can see these are fairly good sized trees. They're probably, you know, 3 or 4 meters. Well, this is a gate, and you can see how big the doors are. Now, this is a shot from inside, and you can see the kind of stuff they had here. This is all glass work, right? Chandeliers, light fittings, vases, you know, all this stuff, art everywhere, you know, and everything is just so well made and so ornate. Even this little stand, or, you know, it looks like a glass box with something in it. You know, look how ornate it is. Looks like it's even got a copper roof. You know, and we, in the 1850s, how were they producing all this? Mass produce. Look, I mean, these fairs were full of this stuff. So what it looks like is they were showing off, you know, all this stuff that they got from the old world and claiming it as their own. This is a painting, obviously, just to show again the scale of these buildings. I mean, this, you know, right? This is ridiculous. You can see the size of the people here compared to this, you know, window and this level, and then the next people up here. If they're building this temporary, why? Imagine how much materials it would cost to make it this big. It's just silly. And what do we have here? But something looking very, you know, cathedral-like, right? Now, there's also things called relics and reliquaries and monstrances, which are very similar to this. And this also looks a bit like a fireplace. But what are fireplaces? And here as well, right? Look at this. Big spire, belfry. Of course, they've got their cross antenna. This is all tech. This is all tech. Old world tech, free energy tech, I think, as far as we can work out. And you can see this side thing here. You know, look, it looks like it's got transistors down here, you know, wires and things going up. What's going on here? A lot more than we've been told. Hey guys, how you going? Cambell here from Autodidactic. Hope you're all having a spectacular day. And today I wanted to talk about some strange stories we're told about buildings that were built that really don't make a lot of sense. And there's quite a few of these, so I might make a few videos on it just to really get out the message that what we're being told about the past and about these big old world buildings being built all over the earth, it just doesn't make sense. And so today I wanted to jump into the Sydney International Exhibition that was held in Sydney, Australia in 1879. So let's get into it. And here we are on Wikipedia again. I use this because it gives us the mainstream narrative, the story that the mainstream are telling us and want us to believe, and we use this and then put it against the information we see in the world and see if they match up. And what we're finding is with a lot of these old world buildings, as I'm calling them, you know, the buildings with the domes and the columns and the spires and everything else, the stories that we're given about them don't add up. So the Sydney International Exhibition, and it says, in late 1877, the Agricultural Society of New South Wales discussed the possibility of hosting an international exhibition in Sydney. Jules Joubert proposed importing the goods from the Universal Exposition in Paris in 1878 as a basis of the exhibition. On December 31, 1878, the Royal Commission for the Sydney International Exhibition was established, headed by Lord Augustus Loftus. A site of 35 acres on the high ground of the inner domain along Macquarie Street was chosen for the exhibition. James Johnson Barnett designed a massive building called the Garden Palace. The nave of the building measured 800 by 60 feet, and the transept ran for 500 feet. A large dome, 100 feet in diameter, rose 90 feet above the building, and the builder John Young finished the building in just 8 months, at a cost of £191,800. International response grew so rapidly that in June 1879 construction began on 2 large machinery halls and an art gallery. And this is the Garden Palace that was designed and built in just 8 months, and you can see the size of this thing. But luckily for us, we actually have plans. These are the plans, apparently, of the Garden Palace. And as you can see, this architect was so good that he designed this on unlevel ground. They didn't even level this ground off and put a proper foundation in. They didn't need to do it because the architect was so good. And as you can see, he's actually designed some doors and windows that actually go into the ground here. So yeah, he had quite a lot of vision, this architect, to design such an amazing building that it's so big and so grand and it's not even flat. And here is another photo. As you can see, this is the exhibition, crawling with people everywhere. And look at the size of that dome. So that's the dome. I believe that is the garden building. Here is another shot, and of course, it's up on a hill. Of course. Look at this obelisk. And, just domes and antiquity everywhere. Look at the amount of spires, antenna coming off this top bit here. And of course, we've got the 4 around the outside and the 1 in the middle. This is the ruins of the Garden Palace, they tell us. Yeah, not much left, just corrugated iron and yeah, not a lot left at all. And there we have the design again. And here it says, a reworking of London's Crystal Palace. The plan for the Garden Palace was similar to that of a large cathedral, having a long hall with lower aisles on either side, like a nave, and a transept of similar form, each terminating in towers and meeting beneath a central dome. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Sounds like a circuit of some kind. The successful contractor was John Young, a highly experienced building contractor who had worked on the Crystal Palace for the Great Exhibition in 1851, and locally on the General Post Office and Exhibition Building at Prince Alfred Park. The dome was 100 feet, or 30.4 metres in diameter, 65.5 metres in height. The building was over 244 metres long and had a floor space of over 112,000 square metres, with 4.5 million feet of timber, 2.5 million bricks, and 243 tonnes of galvanised corrugated iron. The building was similar in many respects to the later Royal Exhibition building in Melbourne. Sydney's first hydraulic lift was contained in the Northern Tower, enabling visitors to climb the tower. What? Just said it was a lift. Why do they have to climb? The Garden Palace was sited on what is today the southwest end of the Royal Botanic Garden, although at the time it was built, it was occupying land that was outside the garden. It was constructed primarily from timber, which ensured its complete destruction when engulfed by, that's right, fire.
Burn it.
In the early morning of 22nd September 1882, the Garden Palace at that time was used by a number of government departments, and many significant records were destroyed by the fire. I'm sure they were. Notably records of squatting, occupation in New South Wales. Most importantly, however, 500 to 1,000 pieces of Sydney Aboriginal artefacts were lost in the fire. Isn't that interesting? So when they burnt this building down, they took out a lot of artefacts, which they're calling Aboriginal artefacts. They don't tell us what they were, of course. Could that have been tech, stuff from the old world? And of course, all this stuff about squatting, because this is all to do with, their law. They came in and took over the lands, and they probably called everyone else squatters, or maybe they were the squatters and they just burnt all the records and started again. Because this is, of course, what the World's Fairs were. They weren't really very fair. And this is the actual exhibition building. This is the front of it. And look at this. This, I haven't been able to find many photos inside, but this looks like a Ferris wheel. Like there could be, what we're told, is a Ferris wheel inside there. Maybe that's some kind of engine. Just saying, don't know. Of course, it's got the round shape that we see everywhere that many of us are discussing, maybe for airships. And just look at the Antiquitech everywhere. Just all these bits popping off. Of course, we've got the domes. There'll be two at the back, no doubt. And in the front, we, of course, have a photo opportunity, because that's what this is, right? Everyone's standing there posing. And, of course, we've got a couple of cannons for good measure. So what are cannons doing in Australia in 1879? We didn't have any wars. So who was making the cannons and why? And of course, look at the road, just gravel. This, of course, up on an uneven piece of land, because as we saw before, the whole thing was a mud flooder. Okay, so they tell us that the Garden Palace was built in 8 months, and what they say is because they had electricity that they could build into the night and through the night, and that's what helped them get it done so quickly. And this is just a site with some building times of some of the larger buildings that we see. Palace of Westminster, of course, 30 years. Of course, that thing is huge. The Parliamentary Building of Sri Lanka. Now, this was built in 1979 to 1982. That took 3 years to build. Okay, and what we're looking at is this. So this took 3 years, but that huge garden palace only 8 months. This is in Bangladesh. I'm not even sure what this is. The Palace of Parliament in Romania. Okay, built in again in the 80s. Now this took, 13 years to build this. In the 80s, with all the modern tech. Now granted, that one is probably, slightly larger than the Garden Palace, but not, it's not double the size or anything. And again, in modern times with all the modern tech, 13 years. Notice how this has a man-made front out here too. So questions about that. That clearly looks like an old royal building, or at the very least, the bottom of it. They may have put something on the top. Scottish Parliamentary Building. This, 5 years. And of course that's, what do you call it, modern architecture. But when you just look at the size of the buildings and stuff, that took 5 years. but they whacked up the Garden Palace in 8 months. This is the Reichstag. This is an inside view, but the Reichstags are actually, you know, pretty similar size to the Garden Palace. If we just go, we'll do a search, get some images, and there it is there. So you can see it's a fairly similar size, you know, kind of building. Okay, now that took 10 years, and that was, you know, around the same time frame. But of course, this was in Germany. This is in Europe. Now, in Europe, they already had established, you know, industry and mines and things. They didn't have that in Australia. You know, again, less than 100 years old. Parliamentary House, Finland, in the 1920s. That took 6 years. So all these stories we're told about building, you know, time frames doesn't make sense. This, they say it was built in the 30s, but again, they've built it as a mud flooder and it's not on level ground. But again, they're saying 4 years. And that again is probably comparable to in size to the Garden Palace. This, Tennessee Capitol, geez, what have we got there? 14 years. You know, and there, 1 year because that was China. You know, communists built faster. But that again was in the 50s. So that's the question, is this, what we're showing here is Garden Palace, 8 months. 8 months to build that. And again, they say that this was mostly built of wood. Does this look like wood to you? This is supposed to be the ruins of it. And again, does this look like wood or brick? Because I'm pretty sure that that looks like masonry. And of course we get bits of, you know, stuff around the ground. It looks like they've even put a piece of wood there. And no doubt there was wood in it. But they tell us that when it was being built, the whole roof was iron. And so what, they're using a wooden frame to hold up a massive iron roof? That, of course, again, doesn't make a lot of sense. So it says here 4.5 million feet of timber, 2.5 million bricks. So, okay, so it had a lot of brick. And 43 tons of galvanized corrugated iron. So that was on the roof, 243 tons held up by timber and brick. But then it says it burnt down. It was constructed primarily from timber. 4.5 million feet of timber, 2.5 million bricks. I mean, I guess that's primarily, but you know, it's not a wooden structure, is it? So again, you know, this is the same old story. They build these things, they whack them up in no time, and then they burn down, and they're gone. And you know, I was raised in Australia. I went through the Australian school system. I was never ever taught about any kind of exhibition in Australia, and they were in Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Hobart, Brisbane, and even in Western Australia, not in Perth, but I found one in Coolgardie, which is literally in the middle of the desert. So I'm going to hit that on a future video too, just to show you, because that one is really silly, because it's literally in the middle of the desert. There's nothing there, and they just built this huge building. So this is, the question, guys, is, you know, is this story true? Is it even possible to build this in 8 months? I mean, look at the size of this thing. It's not a small building. It's massive. Okay, it's absolutely massive. Here you can see the size. I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 stories there. Look at this obelisk. No explanation for that. And when we see the people, you can see that this is a really huge building. Look at that. And of course there's nothing around, just these huge buildings. And this is just before it burnt down. And of course it's another photo opportunity, isn't it? Always is. So there you go, just a quick video just to point out that all these stories we're told about these buildings being whacked up doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I hope you enjoyed that one. As always, a thank you to everyone who supports this channel, to all my Patreons, PayPal supporters, and people who buy my merch. And if you would like to support my work, there are links in the description. And so thanks for spending some time with me. Have a spectacular day, and I'll talk to you on the next upload. Bye for now. Guess who's back? Back again. Yes, I'm back. Tell a friend. How you going, guys? Campbell here from Autodidactic. And yes, I'm back again. Basically, I have no life, so I'm here making videos for you guys. So I hope you are enjoying them. Like many of you, I got beer virused out of a job. And so now this is pretty much what I'm doing with most of my time. Researching the real story of us, our true history, or our true mystery, should I say, our true my story. Because clearly we're living in a realm of illusion, of a big facade that's been laid over us. And it's all to do with the left brain and how we're seeing the world. That's a much deeper topic. But basically we're being lied to on a monumental scale, and we're being told that we are something that we're not. We're being told that we're a lot less than we actually are. They tell us we just evolved from apes and nothing happened until 6,000 years ago, and then suddenly here we are. But when you look at buildings like this, they make you ask a few questions, especially when you realize that these are people. Look at the size of this thing. Just ridiculous. And so I was actually looking. Funny thing is, yeah, I actually put in just Tartarian building. And there's some very, very nice ones. I mean, look at all these things. Look at this. And as I was coming down, there's some really good shots. And then all my videos started popping up, which I found quite funny. Look at this. I mean, Antiquitech, anyone? Of course, we've got the 4 points around the one high one in the middle. 4 points, the 4 angels, 4 corners of the earth, and Mount Meru. Oh, here's a good video. You guys should go check out this video. Here, this guy's good. This is up in Montreal, the State Library, up near the old Parliament House. And look at these towers. That's Canada's pretty ridiculous. Here's another one. I mean, and this stuff, like these are, this is just all over the world. These are all in different countries. This is destruction, San Francisco, 1906. Look at that, after the earthquake. So what's the deal here? Was this all rebuilt? So what's the deal here? Was this all rebuilt at some stage, or what's going on? Here's a bit of old destruction. Oh gosh, look at this guy. Must be good. Look, he's everywhere. I don't know why it's just me popping up right here. Very weird. Maybe it's probably just Google throwing up my own videos to make me feel good. Here again, it's a small, but you can see the 4 domes, one in the middle. Starting to notice it everywhere now. But yeah, just some really cool stuff. This is actually, yeah, right, this is from that encyclopedia. I've actually done a bit of a video on that as well. So has Art of Dino. If you haven't checked out Art of Dino, check him out. Does some great videos on tartaria, and also he's an amazing artist. Oh my god, look at this. Even my thumbnail's up there. What's going on, guys? Look at this. I mean, just ridiculousness everywhere you look. Oh yay, someone else's video. This, I think this is Conspiracies Are Us. Definitely go check out them. What the? This realm is just getting more and more bizarre the more I look at it. Just ridiculous. Look at this. Okay, now this could be a good... oh, what did we do? Okay, so look at this. This is the Court of Honor, Japan British Exhibition. So I'm not sure which one this is, but look at all this Antiquitech stuff. Look at all these domes everywhere. Man-made canals, waterways, reflection pools. So there's domes everywhere. Look at the amount of them, just completely just covering the place. Don't know what this is in the background. Look at that. What is that, a crane? domes and domes and domes, and basically what looks just like a massive, massive free energy harvester. And of course we have the water. So what was this place originally? A big factory? Who knows? But that's definitely what I want to talk about today is free energy and exhibitions. And something I found that are called, what are they called? Industrial exhibitions, which are, yeah, like the World's Fairs, the World Exhibitions, but slightly different, and there's a lot of them, which I haven't heard about. So let's get in, have a look, and check out the free energy tech that they were showing off. And this is a page I found called Lighthouse Exhibits at Local and World's Fairs by Thomas Tagg. And I'll leave you the link for this so you can have a look at it. Over the last 200 years, various locations across the world have held local technology fairs as well as the much larger World's Fairs. We have collected data, drawings and photographs from these fairs to show the participants of the lighthouse authorities and manufacturers. Listed below are the dates and locations of each fair, and the drawing or photograph is showing at least part of the lighthouse exhibit at the fair. So here's number one. I mean, and look at this. This is called the lens for the Saint Matthew by Sofiel. It was at the 1834 exhibition. 1834. The fair Saint 1834. I didn't know there was an 1834 exhibition. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, look at this. Look at the tech on this. It's supposed to be just a lens, they're saying, but it looks pretty high tech. What do you think? Here we have one down here. And look at this, just standing up on a pole all by itself. I mean, what are they saying is powering this? What's giving it the light? Because, yeah, what, a gas pipe up the middle maybe? Doesn't look that strong either. This one is London, 1851, the Chance Brothers. And this is obviously the Crystal Palace exhibition. Down here, this says 1853 New York. So, okay, so this is, yeah, the industrial. So there must have been industrial expositions before World's Fair. So, yeah, gonna have to look into that, I think. Lens for Cape. Don't know what that means, but basically in this you can see all the statues that they've stolen. All the old statues and artworks. And this was all in New York, in the Americas. And of course we know there were Star Forts in New York as well. Look at this. I mean, this looks like a full-sized. And yeah, look at this one. Full-sized lighthouse inside an exhibition by the looks of it. Even got a bit of cladding down here. Huge lens. And of course we have a ball on top of it and a dome. Cannot go without them. Not the best quality photo, but you can see there's a lot of other stuff in here. Look at that one. This is just a layout. Shows you how big the exposition. This was 1867, and yeah, look how big this thing was. And they're saying again, they say that these were all just built for the fairs. Here's another lighthouse here. I mean, look at what. How did they even move it inside here, and why? It's just, I don't know. Who's out there buying lighthouses? I mean, did they just invent shit? I don't know. It's a weird thing to have to be displaying, because these they sort of tell us, the tech fairs it's off, so that people could come and see the new tech and buy it. As we can see, we've got telescope here, and what are these? Bigger telescopes, maybe. Pretty interesting stuff. More huge. Look at these huge lenses. Again, not sure how they're powered. And that's all vented, so maybe it is gas, but does gas produce that, enough light? Philadelphia, 1876. Well, this is just a drawing. 1878, Paris. Nice cannon. And we have a TARDIS in the background here. They're saying this is, yeah, a lighthouse. Oh my gosh, look at all these lights and machines. I guess these are just all different components and things that you can get. Up here's the lighthouse bit. So these are all the lenses that you could get at the World's 1881 Paris World's Fair by Sauter Lemonnier. There you go. See, I'm working on my accents because people keep telling me I'm getting words wrong, so I am trying to get rid of my Aussie accent, my Aussie twang, G'day, mate. Let's have a good weekend. Lighthouse outside here. Look at this. They've installed one outside. And of course, then they took it down again. But look at the shape of that lighthouse. And of course, we've got all the geometry in the ground. I mean, this is just an old world city. And these, these are pretty much, I start to notice, they're at every World's Fair. And of course, we have lots of these sort of buildings left. So yeah, the question is, are these airship hangars? Yeah, if you want to have a look more, I've done a few videos, a couple called Airships and Vanilla Skies, I believe. And I sort of go into it a bit there. But when you look at the shape of these, they look like hangars. You look at the roof, the crystal palaces and things. And of course, they're all connected. I don't know about these, but definitely the ones that are left are connected to our train stations underneath. So are these transport hubs? That would even explain this light, wouldn't it? At night time, going around, letting the airships know where to come in. More. This is 1889, Paris. Gallery of Machines. And just look at the tech. This is, I don't know, it's not what I was told was going on in 1889, that's for sure. As I said, I'll leave the link. A couple of nice boats. Chelsea, 1891. Here are some more big lights. Chicago, 1893, the US Lighthouse Establishment Display. So why do they want to establish lighthouses? By 1893, they've had boats out there for a while. Obviously, if they've just been invented, I guess you won't get them out there. But where did all the tech come from? Here are some miniature versions. Don't know why the Treasury Department's onto them. A couple more. Lots of them like this, just on these frames. Look at this one. It was 1897 Nashville. So these are all different, yeah. Fairs, World's Fairs and Technology Fairs, I think they were called. Look at this one. Oh God, that's huge. How are they moving these around? Oh, there's another one here. Okay, some really big ones. Down to, mini ones. You can get a lighthouse for your backyard. Why not? Again, this is just looking like old tech though, isn't it? Looking like old tech. And this here is the Pagoda of Sishu in China, I believe. And just look at this. This is called a pagoda. And look how it's made with all these vents, bit of antiquity tech on top. And just compare that with this. What do you reckon? Fairly similar. I suppose this is supposed to be glass, maybe. I don't know. Here's another little one down here. So was this found tech? Was it repurposed tech? You know, because with a lot of these things, I think what we're starting to discover is what we're told some things are. They're not actually those things. Cannons being probably the most obvious. Nice big ball here. Oh, there we go. We've got a little model. Shows people that you can build a lighthouse up on a cliff. That's at 1905 Portland. Woohoo. Here we go. Look at this one. Lighthouse. They've built it on top of the building so they can show people what they look like, and then they're going to knock it over. 1906 in Milan. Look at this building. And again, isn't it very typical of the World's Fair building? Again, we've got this big arched door. And again, you know, the lighthouse on top. I mean, clearly that's part of the superstructure of this building. And I mean, that has not been built just to be used for 6 months and then knocked over. That's a ridiculous story. But if this was some kind of, you know, airship port, and this was a light to direct them, let them know what it was, make a bit more sense. You can see out the back here, big domes and things. And they always have these side bits going off too, these sort of wings. More of them. So, I mean, did they collect them all out of old lighthouses? And again, I've sort of theorized before, all these lighthouses we see in the ocean. And, you know, some of them are in like really, really rough ocean. How did they build them? Were they actually originally on land and the water levels changed? You know, and did a lot of them get knocked over, maybe in the deluge, whatever happened, the mud flood, the most recent event, and they've just gone and picked them all up. Look at this machine. There's a whole stack of them. More, I mean, got a few of them. Here we go. They've built another just complete lighthouse for you. This is the Isthmus Amusement Street, Panama Canal, San Diego, California Exposition, 1915. Giant mushrooms. Why are there giant mushrooms there? More. Chance Brothers again with a very nice big globe. It's looking very high tech, and I think that's the end of it. Okay, so on another page here called Industrial Expositions, what mysteries did they take away from them? And again, I'll leave this link below so you can read it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. So it says industrial expositions of the past years are a great mystery, which is almost never covered by the mass media, although plenty of information about them has survived. Extant photo albums of those expositions are not just pleasant to look at, they make you start wondering. As you understand, we'll be talking about industrial expositions which used to be held in various countries in the 19th and 20th centuries. The Russian Empire was not an exception. So here we go. This is the palace building where it was held. This was the main one. The whole complex was located at Champ de Mars. So this was Paris. And look at the size of that building. Look at that. And again, look at these big archways. You know, what are we looking at here? Transport, because this one, you can see how it's raised up off the ground. I would say there's probably a train under there because the Crystal Palace looked the same. And of course we've got all the, you know, the geometry, the water, all the old world signs. And even this. A bit of antiquitech out there. Bunker booth, is that what they're called? Bunker booth? And yeah, just a completely ridiculous story that was built to be demolished. Oh, this one is a shot of obviously Paris, bottom of the Eiffel Tower, and this is that building that we just looked at. And just, you'll notice this a lot, the symmetry, how they always line things up through arches. They always line things up. Whoever put all this, this system together. And here's a picture. This one's been shown before. I think Martin showed this one. Martin Liedke of Flat Earth British. Please pay him a visit if you have not. Like, subscribe, and share. Send him some love. And yeah, this is just this antiquitech-y stuff. What is going on there? Okay, here we go. So yeah, look, you can clearly see these are like the bunker booths, or the the portico shape, with the dome, and under the dome, again, symmetry there. This must be from the other direction. Here again, this one, Paris, 1889. Again, look at this doorway, and that looking very much like a hangar. I mean, seriously, that just looks like an airship hangar, does it not? And I was wondering about the word hangar too. Why are they called hangars? If they're for planes sit on the ground, they don't hang. But airships, on the other hand, they kind of do hang, don't they? Because they sort of float in the air. You need to anchor them. So, yes. Random Thoughts Incorporated. Here we go. This is... these are all from Paris, I believe. I can't remember. It doesn't say, but this is pointing out different bits of antiquitech. This is like the Lighthouse globes. So they say that we just saw. Not the best contrast, but you can see down there, got like a domed building kind of thing. Look at this. Now this is inside the exhibition, and this is a technical exhibition as well. And look at this. I mean, this is literally this is the top of a building that we see everywhere. Antiquitech and all. So what's it doing? What is that? Is that a smaller energy device, a portable one maybe? Or one you can take and put in your house? Look at these big onion domes again on display. Is this the moving elevator? I think it was Paris that had a raised moving escalator. There was also one next for the trains, wasn't there? I think that might have been Paris too. So all the, there was a lot of tech back then. It's just all been hidden. Here again, I mean, what are these doing in a technical exposition? What are they called? Industrial exposition. What are these doing in there? How are these industrial tech? Because again, isn't that what we see on buildings all over the place? You could literally point something almost identical to that out on the top of a building. Not to mention these. What is this? This is obviously outside. I'm not sure what this is. A big tower. And we see lots of these around, don't we? And they've been turned into water towers. But is that what it really was? Is it something different? Could it be a water pump station? Too bold solution for climatic area. It would almost immediately stop working because of the temperature. There you go. Here we go, Eiffel Tower. Here's what we were looking at before, and look at this, all lit up. So how are they lit up? Is that gas or is that free energy? Is this a big, free energy antenna? Interesting too that it starts at one point in the sky and ends up at four legs going to the ground. So we've got the 1 and 4 that we see on the tops of all our domed buildings. This is inside another industrial 1905 Geneva. So there were actually a lot of these expositions, and they all seem to have been in those huge buildings. Which, who knows? Were they airports? Oh, look at this thing. Oh, here we go. I mean, what are these? Is this where the Doctor's shop? Doctor Who and his mates getting their new TARDIS? Don't know what these are. They look like rolls of carpet, actually, but yeah, look at these. All got different domes and things. I mean, maybe they'll probably tell us they're displays for lighthouses or something. I don't know. What have we got here? This thing, yeah, this spiralator thing. And this picture too, you can just see that it's just kind of a random collection of stuff. They've just got it and they've just sort of found this big hole and just chucked it in. And it would also make sense if this was a hangar that it would be empty, at the very least, all you'd have to do is get rid of a couple of airships, which they probably use to go out and steal all this stuff. Some bears. And this is a shot, so this is actual tech, more recent tech, and it's just showing that it's very similar to stuff like this. And these two things that he was pointing out. So like I said, I'll leave this link. Have a read. He does put quite a bit of information in here. He's a technically minded person. I'm not sure if he's studied anything, but he definitely knows what he's on about. Here's another one. This is back in the day. It doesn't give us a date, but obviously, and again, look at the door. Look at this door. Hangar? What do you reckon? Yeah, Antiquitech. Everywhere. Displaying fireplaces. Apparently, and this thing. Can we get a bigger shot of that? Not really. Yeah, look at this big dome thing on the top of it. And everything's just all of a similar design, isn't it? Domes, arches, pillars, even on the fireplaces. See the dome and pillars, it's just all, even this thing here, it's got a dome, it's just, what is this? There's another one. I mean, it's got to be energy devices, right? We need like a good electrician or someone who knows a lot about electronics and magnetism and electrics to work out the domes and all these bits. I've started looking into it. I'm not trained in that, but any help would be greatly appreciated. Here's another one. And some more text. So these are from Russian exhibitions. And as you see, and that looks like, see this here, like that's what they were calling the lighthouses before, but they had like bigger lights on them. Got stuff up here with domes. Is that a cross? Not the best contrast photos, and there you go. Look at that. Look at that. So this is the thing. Is this some kind of hangar? Obviously, this is all built in, so that they would have got in through another way. This could be the main bit. These could, or maybe they came in through here. Who knows? But it's just the shape and the size built for something. And of course, look at this Antiquitech on the top here. Nice big hole out here. Okay, look at this. So that's World's Fair St. Louis. This is one of the big ones. Old World City, still got the reflection ponds. Look at all this Antiquitech. It looks like they've just gone over and painted it all white. And just look at this building. Very, very similar to the one that we saw in Paris. Very similar. And again, really, very similar to this. Now look at this big dome at the front and then domes going up the side. Big dome at the front, and domes going up the side. Rolls Royce, here we go, the introduction of cars. 1922. Oh, here we go, again, a hangar again. 1923. And there we go. So this is a pretty interesting site. Like I said, I'll leave you the link. Here's a bit more. Look at this dome's been a bit hit. Oh, gosh, look at that. That's one of those lighthouses. What the? And look, it's just in a desert. Crimea. I just did a video about Crimea. It's a big sort of island piece of land between Russia and the Baltic states. I've forgotten the name of the country up there. Yeah, look at that. I mean, come on. That's a lighthouse. That's what they were just telling us were lighthouses. That was, I mean, they were just telling us here that they were lighthouses. Were they not? Like this, you know, look at that. That's a lighthouse. I mean, what the hell? Look what. So what are these guys? These are clearly not lighthouses. Come on, it's in the middle of it. It's nowhere near the ocean as far as I can see. And again, when they say lighthouses for airships, that could be very plausible, because I showed the Empire State Building, and it had big lights coming off it too, and an airship port. So, oh, what the? Look at this, the steamship, but it's a tall ship, and look at that domed building, and this one has two of them. What? Okay, so they're clearly not domed buildings. Oh, is that? Okay, look, that comes out the side and has there on top of paddle wheels. Look at that. So these are big paddle boats, and they've got sails. And what's this? The power source? Is that? I don't know. But clearly here it's putting off smoke though. What is that? Maybe it's just the housing for the top of the... I don't know. As I've never seen a ship like that. Wow. That is interesting. Oh, bit of destruction. So here's another very interesting picture. Okay, so as you can see on the other side of the water here, we've got a star fort. And on this side we've got a star fort. We've got a dome here. But look at these masts. These are not attached to ships. There's another one there and another one there. And there's masts out here too. Now, someone actually mentioned today, they said, do you think star forts? They said when they were looking at the points at the ends of the star forts, that they reminded them of ships. And yeah, did we think that they had anything to do with ships? And now look at this. They look like sails. You can see how it's got the long one and the same. So, I mean, okay, so as you can see, okay, this one does have sails up. These don't. I mean, could this be old tech? Could this, could the ships that they found have actually, could these have been some kind of antenna system, free energy, when, the cataclysm happened and they were all refound and claimed, they couldn't get the free energy working, so they tied cloth up there and used them as sails. I don't know. What do you reckon? Because look at this. Attached to the end of the star forts. Very strange. Not sure what he's pointing out there. But I mean, of course, cannons are a huge anomaly. Wow, now this photo, I think it might have been Victor the Boogeyman, I think showed me this, so which would mean it was under a star fort, because he is a star fort person. And as you can see, all these, what are these? These upright tube things. they're not columns and they're all the way down. And look at this. Look at the symmetry of this corridor, how long it is. And if you look at this roof, see how it's kind of, it's not just one curve. These are all curved in and out this way as well. So what are these? Are they cannons? A bit more destruction. Wow, look at that. Destroyed. This is saying it's projectile weapons or almost disintegrated stone bricks. You can only imagine what happened to human beings who are exposed to such devastating weapons. That's God. That's like shocking. Again. So, and look at this. This is an old world city. Obelisks, dome buildings, the huge sort of palace building, what we call palaces, and just completely destroyed. And it says here, it should be noted that some of these photos are prearranged, judged by the cannonballs stacked together and the lack of dead bodies. And we see this a lot. These are the cannonball stacks here, and this has been pointed out by other people. You always see these stacks of cannonballs. What's going on? I mean, who comes in and cleans up all the cannonballs? So this, and conspiracies are us. Yeah, just sort of touched on cannonballs in his latest upload too. So go check that out if you haven't already. And again, oil. So we're told these are oil. I mean, what is that? What they were originally, or were these some kind of antenna? I mean, again, John Levi showed a picture a few weeks ago, and it was something that was noted as a Tesla device, and it was basically an antenna above ground, and then like an antenna thing below ground, I believe, and then in the middle there was like a junction, and you drew energy from the difference in current or in polarity, I believe. And he said, well, this could be maybe because it's going into the ground. Could that be an antenna that goes into the ground and actually wasn't originally for oil, was just for free energy? And they went, well, bugger that. We can't get money off free energy. Let's chuck a bigger pipe down there. Or, I mean, is that where... we don't even know where oil comes from, guys, if we really are honest with ourselves. And of course, look at this huge building on the other side. And just devastation. This one's been blown out. Wow, look at that. Mud flood. And look at these columns. Bit of work here. Just a little wooden shack on top. I think that's the love shack that the B-52s sang about. And here, just as you can see, devastated, just smacked out, broken down building. Again, okay, this must be a bigger shot of it. Look at that. We've got our arch here. And here we go, another very telling pic. Mud flood, anyone? Ground level up here. Complete building below ground. Doorways. It's just a stack of bricks because it's got dirt on top of it. Maybe they stacked them up and then threw dirt on them. Who knows? Doorways down here. Is this what mines are? Looking very mine-like. Is that how they really hunt, get gold and silver? They just actually go down and reclaim it. Who knows? But yeah, definite mud flood pick there. And look, it goes down a bit further here by the looks of it. Well, they're all baskets, I think. Must have been what they were throwing the dirt around with. Yes. Oh, in the background here is a big dome with a spire on it, just drawn into a picture, as they do. They love the war, don't they? Everything's about war. They love to tell us that. Look at that. Is that a castle top? Again, just castles, just mud flooded. And that's about it, I think, guys. A bit more devastation. So, there you go. Oh, look at this. Another lighthousey type thing. This one's got a dome on top with domes on all the edges, and these are like flying buttresses almost. Look at that. And look at this. Looking very, machine-like, isn't it? Kind of like a rotunda, but What is that? Is that, again, that, yeah, they could sell that as a lighthouse, couldn't they? Ah, wow. This image depicts dry docks for small ships. Apparently copied it from a real photo. Where's the ocean? Way out there. Look at this huge building. And just, what? Huge buildings here, and I don't know what. So these are the dry docks, I guess. And then, okay, they can float them out here. Wow. It's a pretty big operation. Oh, here we go. Here's the photo. And again, look at this. What are they doing with that? What's he pointing out here? Pity we can't get these a bit bigger. Not really sure. Oh, geez, that got hit with something, didn't it? It got blasted. This survived, of course, because that they can charge it. They're probably turning it into an oil pump. And a bit. So he's obviously showing where this all is. It's still there. It's a star fort. You can see it popping out here. So like I said, I haven't read this. I just flipped over to this mid-recording, and it's pretty interesting. So, yeah, have a look through it. Looks like he's got lots of interesting things here. False modernisation of railroads. I think this guy's Russian. Oh, there you go. There's secrets in here. Come have a look. So there we go. I'm going to leave it there. I could probably keep clicking on to the next one too. Chrism and Oriental Wellness. Oh, there you go. There's even stuff about wellness, mysterious illuminations. Ooh. Should we have a quick look? Just a quick look, guys. Just quick. Oh, yeah. That's a good photo. I've got that photo. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Same shape again that we see at all the World's Fairs. Those sort of crowned buildings. There was one out the front of the Paris 89, was it? Old world cities. I mean, this is just everywhere, guys. There's not really any denying it. Illumination, the Arc de Triomphe for Napoleon. Did Napoleon even exist? Tiny, tiny people. And look at the landscape. It's a bit different from what we see today. So yeah, I've actually got lots of these. Pretty cool. Lights. Where are they getting their power from? Again, this is all illuminated. This one. So we see tons of this. So how are they lighting it? What is this light? Is this phosphorescence? Is it free energy? Is it electricity? You know, did they have, you know, technology we didn't know about that was, because, you know, they seem to be able to light up statues and things. Or was it something else? And again, look at this. This is those shapes that we just saw in the World's Fair, wasn't it? Pretty much exactly like that. So, you know, everything just relates. And oh my God, are they people down there? What the? Gosh, that's a shocking photo. God, I need to download them so I can blow them up. But yeah, this is people. Look at the size of this. These are people. Oh my God. That's one big building. Is that the interior or the exterior? It must be the exterior. Looks like an interior. Here again, illumination, free energy on bits of buildings everywhere. Oh, look at this one stuff. What covered in them? More, but oh, look at this balloon with a big light under it. So what was going on back in the past? And this, hey, there you go. How much does that look like that pagoda I just showed you from China? And this is all illuminated. So it's the same stuff everywhere. Starting to get the picture, I think. All-seeing eye, illumination, twin pillars, you know, bold. It's all the same. Sorry if you heard a bit of banging. My son decided to make some food, and he's very noisy. Look at that. And this is the kind of thing we see in, you know, what we call, you know, chapels, cathedrals. churches, and of course they're always about the glory of God, right? But what is the glory of God? We see it in pictures coming out of clouds around people, you know, Elohim, electricity. Is that what they're talking about here? Have they just again just changed it, you know, from the power of God to the actual power you get out of your wall? Just illuminations everywhere. So like I said, I'll leave these links. This is all from one site, these last few pages. So just you can click through all the different stuff he's got in here. He's pointing out more antiquitech here. These look like those crow's nests that you see on ships. Domes here. Wreath. Don't know what that means. Oh my gosh, look at that one. Wow. You know, so everything we're told is just a lie. We see these lamps all over the world. Look at the size of them, always on pedestals. How are they lighting them? There's no gas lines, there's no electricity lines. They're pretty tall. So how do they stay illuminated? And look at this roof. Merry-go-round, is it? Or is it a rotunda? Probably rotunda. So there we go, guys, and I won't click on anything else or we will be here all night. But as you can see, this is just the home. Oh yeah, so it is Russian. I'll just turn it to English, and we've got all these things: Neptune festivals, Kremlins. So yeah, come check it out. All right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks for spending some time with me. I hope you enjoyed that one. Have a spectacular day, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now. Hi guys, how you going? Campbell here from Autodidactic Channel. Hope you're all having a spectacular day. And of course, as always, autodidactic means to be self-educated. And in this struggle we find ourselves, we need to be self-educated more than ever, because it's becoming apparently clear that the whole story of our existence has basically been made up. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that today, and specifically about the Paris Exposition, and just looking at basically what it was and how the story they give us just does not fit in. So I have found a book of pictures taken in 1900 at the Paris Universal Exposition. So let us have a look at it. Alright, so here we have a book, and this is the Exposition Universal 1900. So basically, yeah, the Universal Exposition 1900 Paris. So let's see what we have here. Alright, and here we go. Not the best contrast, but I mean, seriously, look at the size of these places. Again, domed roof. Is that an airship bay maybe? Are these street lamps? I think these are street lamps going down here. Looking pretty antiquitech-y, but just look at them compared to the size of the people. And even this fence in the background looks pretty huge. But of course, look at this. Look at all these towers and spires and domes. And just a complete build out. We've got a couple of lines here at the gates. You know, statues. Just ridiculous. Okay, we've all seen this before, no doubt. This is the gateway. Very old world looking, and I mean also just looking like it's the top of something rather than a complete structure, or maybe it's just a very elaborate arch. Of course we have the two pillars at the front of it. So this is obviously the charge, you know, the poles. Someone up here, got our angel, and Here we have in the background just old world domes. That looks like a merry-go-round or a carousel. And yeah, this big building here, which we're starting to see everywhere. And we're questioning with these, hangars, basically, for airships, because, of course, aeroplanes do not hang. Here's another shot of that. And, I mean, apart from all these poles, of course, they've whacked flags on them. But look at them. Look at the tops of them all. Of course, we've got this. And, I mean, come on. Quite a nice portal here with someone popping through, maybe. But, I mean, people don't even consider building things like this in our day and age. It looks like it's made out of metal too, that thing. Very just ornate. Definitely, I mean, it's just antiquity. It's got to be, right? What else is it? And look at the size of the people. I mean, look at the size of this tree. That's a good sized tree. You can see the people, So that's probably, 10 foot to here. Big tree, and it just doesn't even make an impression on that photograph. So these things were absolutely ginormous. So imagine the work in tearing them down as well. Nice stellas. And again, how do they carve this? Look at the intricacy. It's the old thing. It looks, I don't know, is this marble? It looks like it's rock, but, if you do a wrong chip, you break things. Look at this sort of shirt hanging out. To get the whole thing done without breaking it. Pretty, good feat. So, are these printed? Because we're also finding when you look at these, all these stellas and all this, facade, it looks like it's all sectioned. Like it's all put on in sections. Like it's printed, made first, and then added like tiles almost. Here it is again. And just people, yeah, right. This guy's grabbed a cog of a machine. God, they look like modern day miners, don't they? He's back in circa 1900. So yeah, they look like miners. This guy's got a machine. Of course, we've got the orphans in there. And I don't know, they're all going down somewhere. This guy's got his nice big rope. I mean, this is all carved, guys. All carved. Or so they say. We just see these everywhere, don't we? And an interesting thing is, I mean, look at the size of these. A lot of the ones we see now, same design, same look, but smaller. So what's going on there? This could have been a Capitol building if they decided, but no, they decided it was going to be the World Expo where they release the populations out, show them the tech of the new world, and then bold it over. And of course, big domed roof, again looking like a hangar. Oh, I forgot to. Let's go full screen. Yeah, another one. I mean, and the thing you see about these World's Fairs is most of the tech is still there. Look at these things. Of course, right along the edge here, and then this. And this is what we see everywhere, but look how ornate this one is. This looks, so the ones we're looking at today look like they've been stripped of a lot of their antiquitech. And just tiny people. What's that person on? Is that a sled? See this? Is this guy pushing them? Oh, maybe it's an old wheelchair. Okay. Again, arches, portals, pillars. Same old stuff everywhere. Tiny people, all in their, their best dress. And here we have a nice, strange statue. Some people having a wrestling match, maybe. This person, I don't know.
getting the view from beneath. And here's a front shot of that building. Look at this archway. I mean, look how ornate this is. And we do seem to get, we've got the angels here. This one very similar to the ones you see on top of columns and things. But it doesn't look, a lot of the facade, the sort of Phoenician-y type facade looks a lot more, I can't really zoom in more on that, but it just looks nicer than the sort of more Phoenician-y stuff. But we still have these, these elements, these sort of portal type things. Got the keystone up here. And just, miniature people. Just tiny. Look at the size of that building. Alright, so this is inside. And as you can see, like, just look at the layout of this. This is all just statues. And it just, there's no rhyme or reason to it. What it looks like to me is when you go to those garden centres and they just have all their, their garden statues and ornaments just all just mixed up together, like there's nothing, this is just all stolen. This is what they found and they've just heaped it all in this building. And these people are walking around going, oh, look at this, how did we build this? How did they do that? And they just sort of told this story. Oh no, this was done by ancient Greeks, the ancient Greek sculptors, and they just did it, with round balls, round rock balls and things, copper chisels, but they were very, very skilled. Alright, and it looks like we have a bit of a shot of the boulevard. Just look how wide this street is. You see this in a lot of old world cities. A lot of Australian country towns still have these massive wide streets. And of course, twin pillars again, domes, huge dome here. And yeah, these angels and things that are just sitting up on top of pillars. What do they mean? What are they saying? They've got to be symbolic of something. It's got to be a message there somewhere. Of course, they may mean, there's another one, electricity. If they've got the open wings, the charge, who's in charge? And this, we see this on a lot of the Phoenician facades, but is it? I don't know, these garlands. And these street lights on the bridge. Okay, so how are they, this is the thing, like how are they being powered? Are there, I doubt you'd be able to run, gas pipes all the way through to, just pressure issues and things to get this many lights. Just look how many lights are just on this bridge. Just to get them going with gas pretty hard, and you'd have to have pipes all through the bridge. Electricity, same. 1900, did they have, the generators to make that much electricity? Because this is the whole city is covered in these. If you're talking, gas, as far as, you'd have to hold the gas in the lamps. How long would it last? You'd have to have someone going around lighting them all, checking them all. Plus you'd have a lot of soot, black soot inside on the glass. So what's going on here? As you notice, they all have these little domes on top of them. So are these running off free energy? A couple more angels there. Nice old world bridge, man-made canal, and just this huge exposition building, as they call it, in the background. Again, tiny people, huge lamps, street lamps. And this guy up on a pedestal. Looking pretty, you know, what we're told is Roman. He's got his metal helmet on. You know, so who are all these people? Again, Global Vision did a video. He theorizes that, you know, obviously we've been invaded. I think that's fairly obvious at this point, by some kind of entities. And he was, theorizing that maybe all these huge statues were actually the people on our side who won the first battle, and they were all, you know, immortalized. But then, yeah, the enemy has come back, and yeah, it looks like something's happened. They've smashed us. We see all the melted buildings everywhere. And yeah, then they've moved in and turned into the Whisperers and the Jesuits and taken control from within, digging their way in, you know, getting the ears of people in positions of power and getting it that way, taking over. Look at this street lamp. Oh my gosh, that's a street lamp. Just look at that, we've got a shell here. So what is this? Phoenician? Is it the old civilization? Got cherubs. I mean, are they cherubs? They don't have wings, I don't think. Don't know. But why the obsession with, you know, why have we got so many statues? This one's a bit wide out, and you'll notice as well, guys, in all these photos, we get our vanilla skies. And you'll notice, guys, in all the photos, we are getting our vanilla skies. I think this is a lion. Bit hard to see. I mean, it is lion hard. Oh, okay, that's a person there. Okay, trying to climb up or something, or just, you know, throwing a wreath around his neck. These pots we see everywhere as well. This one's actually got a lid and a bit of Antiquitech on the top. And is that a person? Oh my God, there's a person. And here we go. Antiquitech Central. Look at this. Look at this stone there, looking like that gateway we saw earlier. Here's another one. Oh, okay, they're everywhere. Statues, spires. Look at this one. That looks fully like made of metal. Just ridiculous. And of course, the story is this was all made to be bulldozed, guys. Made, you know, just for the exposition, and then knocked over. And here we have some of the new arrivals. Not looking too happy, looking fairly staunch-faced, aren't they? Maybe they're just confused about what's going on. Is it that same wheelchair? Who is this man? And why has he got a white band on his hat? Again, look at the size of this street light next to this dude. You know, just giant building, but that's, you know, is that not ridiculous? Look at that photo. This is, I guess, a statue. Another angel up on top. Wings. Again, these are all sort of fairly bleached out photos, sorry. Look at the work in there though, that's not bleached out. I think they got too much light, too much exposure in these photos. But look at that. They've got a face here, and this again looking like, you know, the entranceway with this dome on the legs. Street lights, cherubs playing around in the fountain, and this man going, what are they doing? Well, I hope that's what he's looking at. Hope there's nothing more nefarious going on. Look at this. So just, yeah, just everything is just, you know, the quality. It's just, like, you can just sit here and just look at it. It's just ridiculous. All right, and here we have one of the new arrivals. And again, not looking that happy. Oh my God, what's that? She must have one of those whalebone corset things on. I've got a nurse hat, but she looks like she's a bit annoyed. She's like, how come I had to be a worker? And all the other arrivals, they get to walk around and look at everything. Not happy, Jan. Oh. Wow. Oh my God, look at that. Of course, man-made canal, but this built right on the bank. Raised up. And this, look at this, raised up, and then everything seemingly built on top. You know, we see that in Egypt. There's underneath Giza. There's well, the catacomb type place. I don't know what it's called. I think it's called the Temple or something. But very similar to this. You know, lots of columns and things around. And just look at this, built, you know, for 9 months just so they could knock it over. Look at this tower. What is going? Oh my gosh! Look at this tower, and look, just sitting on top of this build. I mean, hooly dooly. Of course, they've all got their, you know, poles with their flags on it because they're flag poles. And just look at that, just all the way down, built out, and again, just bleached out skies. I mean, yeah, can't get in close enough, you know, to see if this is cut, but it does have sort of fairly straight lines when you look at the edge of that and the top and sort of this bit here. So has this been done intentionally, the skies? Was it full of airships? And here's a front shot of that. Look at, I mean, look at just this platform that everything's on. This bottom bit would, and oh my God! And this is okay. So that is a full castle. Look at this. Oh, I wish I could zoom in more. But what the? This is just ridiculous. Look at that. And that's all gone now. There's a photo floating around of France, and it shows it in sort of 1900, and then again in close to today, and the difference is just, you know, it used to be completely built out, and now it's just parkland. Basically, there's nothing left. Here's another shot, another angle of that. So I guess this is the main sort of complex. You know, just domes everywhere. The same things we see all over the world. Just, yeah. Okay. So look at this. Oh my God, look at all this stuff. And of course, these are just, you know, what we see in cathedrals everywhere, big cathedral windows in this huge. And this is the thing, is this what they all used to look like before the refacading? Because this has got a different look to it than, you know, like I said before, than the Phoenician-y type facades with all the, you know, the devils and the ghoulish type stuff and the weirdness and all their Baal Moloch-y weirdness. It's just got a different look, and that's just, and also, you know, looking almost, you know, what we see in India and Asia, we still see a lot of this kind of look. And this is France. Of course, just built for the exposition, no other reason. One of these people, and just again, look at the size of this fence compared to this dude. That's a big fence. Why the fence so big? And you know, I mean, why the building so big? Just yeah. So you know, this is the thing. They tell us all these stories about the past. When you look at the evidence we've got and the photo evidence of what was going on, completely different story. Again, platform here with these docking bays, airports, and of course, you know, got to put a nice big arch under your tower just to make it a bit more difficult. And here's some of the new recruits, all, you know, dressed to the nines, very similar. You know, I mean, black and tie event is what it was, the Great Relic. Come one, come all, black tie and cocktail dresses. This guy's got his mobile phone, having a look. And yeah, couple of top hats. The new arrivals. Now again, this is that building again. You can see just how ornate it is. Balls everywhere. Just look at this frontage. Is that a door? And yeah, people everywhere. Got the signage, got to tell them what everything is. Again, this is that tower, I believe, with its nice archway underneath. And huge old world building. Just, you know, look at this. And you know, that also looks very sort of Moorish, you know, all this. It kind of looks like tile work. It probably isn't. Got our balls here, just you know, the old world as it was, and people found it necessary to destroy this so that they could take the power. And of course, it's time for us to take the power back. Because you got to take the power back. Look at these chairs. They look like the ones you can still buy today. Cafe chairs. This is where they all had to sit and they got told about the world. And then they have to go and look at the building. And then come back and say, yes, we did build that. We shall pass the story on. I mean, look at this. Look at this bit here. And we see these a lot too, don't we? And what they also look like is a mini version of the pagodas that we see. You know, and just, you know, just everywhere. Just the whole thing is completely covered in, you know, what looked to be Antiquitech. So was this just some massive power generator? And this, I mean, oh my God. This, we have another deck here. And, you know, a deck. So again, is this, what was this? A charging station for airships? And in the background as well. Another huge spire. And here. Is that a clock? Ah, yeah, they've already got the clocks in. Just, yeah. What do you say about that? Well, there you go. I did not know they had cigarettes back then. This guy, and are these called corn something hats? Corn hats? You see them a lot too, very associated, you know, with the 1920s. Oh, nice onion dome there. Bit of Antiquitech, if you don't mind. And this is the Woon, I don't know, Roanworry. And look at this on the top. Yeah, Antiquitech, domes. Gosh, I wish it wasn't so whited out. It looks like a lighting issue with these photos. As you can see, this is so much darker. They've got their aperture wrong. Just ridiculous. Woohoo! I mean, how big was this place? Metal dome. Look at these spires, Antiquitech. And yeah, see this in the background, just barely visible. So what else is out there? And of course we've got the one dome in the middle and the 4 around the outside, all with their Antiquitech devices. Spire, you know, some container, balls, which is what we see. So what is this? An atmospheric antenna that's drawing in atmospheric energy. This is some kind of, I don't know what, capacitor or something, generator. Through the ball, which we think has mercury in them, and that, as far as we can tell, amplifies signal. And then, I don't know, spread down. I'm sort of looking, yeah, I'm partway through looking into that. But there's got to be a simple system. I'm pretty sure this is simple. And as they say, the truth is simple. And this is what the parasites love to do, is they just love to make things so complicated that people think they can't understand them. Like electricity. Electricity is not that hard, guys. They tell us it's this weird, hard thing that you need all these years of study for, but you can actually get a piece of copper wire, wrap it around a piece of iron, you know, like an old spanner or screwdriver or something, and you can get light from a light bulb just from that. So, you know, we've just, yeah, they just try and tell us everything's complex when it's not. All the answers are there, and all the answers are simple. Look at this. Bridge out to this dome. Again, is this some kind of landing bay? Because look at this big, looks like a big platform up here. Is this some kind of landing bay for airships? And again, it has been noted why all the hats and the, you know, umbrellas and parasols was, you know, was there more UV rays or something going on? Everyone's got their hats, and why are they, you know, we get these different hats. Is this some kind of ranking system? And of course, just dirt roads. All right, now just looking at that, I mean, you know, if you took the domes and stuff off this, that just looks industrial, doesn't it? Especially this bit here, it just looks like a factory. You know, if you took the domes off, is that what it is? And is that what factories are? Have they all just been de-domed? The great de-doming. But again here, you know, get this platform, don't we? And again, we've got the 4 on the outside, the 1 in the middle. Are these landing bays? Are they charging the airships as well? Nice big dome here. Ouch. Hope that dog's not biting the wrong place. And got the trident here. So yeah, Neptune, ocean, water, maritime, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, has this been refacaded already? I mean, this is the thing. At this point, it would, you know, if this is the release, it would have had to have been redone for the release. And when you think about it, the word release, I mean, what's a lease, right? That's something that you take out. Of course, we think about houses. You take a lease out on a house or a car, and it's yours to use while you pay for it. So what's a release? We're being sent back out into the world. Who knows? Look at all these poles with the balls on them. This is the moving sidewalk. Everyone just jumping on and off. This guy's not too sure of what to do. I mean, yeah, how's that tech? And of course we've just devolved. We don't have that anymore. You get it inside shopping centres, but nothing like this. And here's another shot of the escalator. Just cruising along. Some more peeps. Of course, we've got to have the young kids, the orphans. Why did kids always have to have shorts on when everyone else could have long pants? And actually, I should not use that word. Kids, I try not to use that, because what is a kid but a baby goat? And we all know the goat reference, so they are children. And just, yeah, look at all these. Where did all these people come from? And look how, yeah, just bleached out, but you can see there's a nice big building in the background there. And again, this seems to be the moving sidewalk. And yeah, so like I said, it was supposed to be kilometres long, so I guess it went all past other exhibitions, all throughout the exhibition. Look at that, that looks metal. And on and off we go. Yeah. Okay, so again, right on the shore of a man-made canal. Look at these tall ships that have pulled in. And, I mean, wow, look at this dome. And I mean, look at the size here as well. It's just giant, giant buildings. And in the background, we can see, again, it's pretty much the same thing. Huge buildings, towers, the whole 9 yards, as they say. Again, this bridge type of metal bridge design, we see all over the world. That's quite an arch. Look at these big antiquitech balls and antennas, and just spaced out along. You can see them poking up on the other side. So was this all to give energy, free energy to this building? Look at that, that's pretty cool. But there's just so much work into the architecture, the geometry, the facading, and of course, all the bits on top. Okay, almost looks like a bit of a mud flutter, this one, doesn't it? The circular, I haven't seen that one very often before. Looks like the top of a Moorish arch, but yeah, got steps inside. So this is just like an undercroft area by the looks of it, with this huge building on top, keystones. I mean, it's just all the same, isn't it? It's just all the same. Here we have metal ball. The old world we lost. Another arch, just showing the ridiculous size of it as well. I mean, what's in there? Does that lead into a building? Wow, so it's like an entranceway. Very castle-like, isn't it? Got the emblems up here. It's been branded. And here's a shot of that building, a bit of a wide angle, And do you see what I see? You know, apart from 50 million flagpoles, apparently. Look at this. That's a lighthouse. What's that doing there? Is that not a lighthouse? Is that not what we're told is a lighthouse? You can see the bit up here for where they put the light. We've got a deck here. What is this? What are lighthouses really? And you know what are the light? How did they make all these lenses for these lighthouses that apparently were around in the 1830s? You know, when glass making was not at that level, and we have all these lenses, like big lenses, actually all different size lenses, which I showed in my Antiquitech and Expositions video. And so what were they really? You know, were they actually in these? Were they lights to guide airships in or something else? Or were they something, you know, completely unrelated? And this is something else, you know, we're trying to put this all together. So if you are interested as well in this topic and you want to get involved, check out the link below. We have a MeWe group where we are discussing, you know, all these topics and trying to get some research in and groups going so we can work out what went on and what our story really is. Because as you can see with pics like this, we are being told porcupines. That's Australian for lies. If you did not know, it's called rhyming slang. Look at this big globe by the looks of it, because you've got to let everyone know where they live. You know, just right on the water. You know, man-made banks and these huge buildings right on the water. Oh, just domes and spires and Antiquitech coming out the wahoo. I wasn't going to go through this whole book, but it's just, I mean, these pictures are ridiculous. So I hope you are enjoying this. I kind of am. It's just, you know, here's our people again. We've got our white hats. Oh, maybe they're the good guys. And our black hats. And then, of course, we have our short hats and our high hats. And we have this thing. You know, I've seen pics of this before. It looks very low in the ground. But also a little bit Antiquitech-y. What do you reckon? What is all this doing? Twin pillars. Old world street lamps. That almost looks gas, doesn't it? But again, you know, there would be soot on the glass. I mean, is that... Oh, it's coming off here. Okay. You know, people, look how high it is. Someone would have to be running around with a ladder lighting them all if they were gas. And you'd only have this much, you know, liquid to burn. You know, it could have been turpentine or whatever. But again, that would just blacken all the glass. So what's going on with the lights? And what's going on with this? Just, I mean, just look at even just around these windows. Just everything, just covered. Okay, here's our lighthouse again. Look at that. On top of this building. Okay, look at this. This is Brasserie Vietzi, Brazil. That doesn't look very Brazilian. Looks like Asian, but it's got a big onion dome, which is what we're told is Middle Eastern. So it may just be Tartarian, just old world civilization. And of course, all these buildings may have had a different look because they were, you know, basically functioning as machines. And so the different looks was the different tech. And that's all been ripped off, and that's why all the buildings look the same today. one. Here's our lighthouse again. That's just ridiculous. And yeah, so there were people at the exposition. Here we've got like a little, what's that, teleport booth, with a bit of antiquitech on it. People everywhere. Is that a bike or something? They haven't been taught how to sit down yet. And yeah, just cruising around. This guy stopped for the photo op. He knows what's going on. And again, this one of the entrance ways, huge, massive arch that leads into the building, like a sort of veranda, porch kind of thing. Street lamp in the ground, and this one up on a pedestal. Okay, that's one of the fancy ones. And tiny people. Lots of chairs, but I haven't seen anyone. Okay, hang on. There we go. First person I've seen sitting down. And you see, what's he reading? A newspaper? Trying to work out where he is, what's going on. He's like, hang on, I was just in a cryogenic freezing tank. And now I'm in Giant World. What the? So this is one of our hi-hat men, and a few more here. These are very tall hats. This, look at that, looking very machinery, mechanical like. What is that? Don't know. And just yeah, here's another one. These seem to be a theme, these type of domes in this exposition. Look at that antiquitech up here, just everywhere. Look at that dome. Is that glass or is it tile? Because of course ceramics, you know, ceramics are insulators. And these portals, what are these portals for? That one's open. Are they all open? Are they some kind of, I don't know, to vent or something? You know, keep the heat out? Don't know. This guy's saying, where do I get a tall hat that's black? I've only got a short white one. But the people just seem to be walking around, don't they? They don't seem to be particularly interested. This guy's looking at the tree or looking at something. But everyone else, you know, they don't seem to be that impressed with where they are. And it's a pretty impressive place. I mean, just look at that staircase. It's just massive, ridiculous dome up here. And all this facading. You know, is the facading just for looks? Is it, you know, is it symbols to tell us what this building did? Okay. And see, this is what we're looking at, guys. Look at that. I mean, what the hell? That, wow. Built for 9 months to knock over. Look at this water feature. And what this looks like is the end of, you know, what I was showing about the boulevards, and we always have domed buildings at the end. I'm pretty sure there's a big dome up here. Yeah, it looks like we can see a bit of it. The water features in front, big boulevards, and no doubt behind us, you know, if we could turn around, there's probably an arch or some obelisks. But most of the buildings that we see today are not this ornate. You know, and again, were they all like this? Did they all get stripped? Because that's like, yeah, don't know what, that's just unbelievable. I've never seen that photo before. That's just ridiculous. You know, built by these people that just walking around, don't know what's going on. Again, none of them looking impressed None of them checking anything out. Just wandering around. Bumping into walls. So yeah, I think it's just a bit closer shot, a bit darker. We've got the steps up here, but again, look at this, domes for a lower level, or sorry, archways. But look at this. And this is the kind of thing we see on the old world cathedrals, you know, the ones that have still got their antiquity, like Notre Dame had a lot until it got wrecked. But you do see it a lot, and basilicas, things that they call basilicas, tend to have this. Got our crowns here with stars. Just silly. And just look inside here. Walk in the dome, and there's just doors going into the building. So this is literally like a big veranda. I don't even know what this is. But this is, you can see it's a repeated pattern. As they always do, they always repeat their patterns, they mirror things. Yeah. A building. This is just getting more ridiculous. What is that? Again, what? Look at this. That looks like just a full functioning machine. Look at that dome. Up onto this. That looks like it moves. What is that? Unfortunately, we don't have names. There's no. That's just. Like, seriously. What is that? How techy is that, and how mechanical looking is it? Ball, and it's in a cage, like, you know, a lot of the old globes and things that they show us. It is an interesting book. Oh my god, this is getting just what? Does that say Malay? Lumnu? I don't know what that means. But yeah, look at this. And again, you can see that's just a few letters that they've chucked on. It looks nothing at all like you know, any of this background stuff. They're just naming stuff. So again, you know, is this the kind of architecture or the sort of facading that was on a certain type of, you know, machine, some kind of functioning thing? And they've just sort of said, oh no, that's Asian, and that's South American, and that's English. When really they're just machines with different functions. These dragons. And again, all these symbols, yeah, dragons by the looks. Are these telling us what they mean? What these buildings do? You know, because look at computers today, you know, with symbols like for Facebook and YouTube and that, you just see that symbol and you know what it means. Is that what this is? Very Moorish here looking, and of course extremely, you know, antiquitech. Little viewing deck up here by the looks of it. And just, I mean, because what is that? It's not even a building. It's just like a, I don't know, an open room thing. Alright, now it looks like we've gone to Asia. This place is huge. Look at this, full on traditional pagoda, and again they've just whacked up their letters to let you know what it is. Branding, this is. Brasserie Wetzel. Don't know what that means. You are no longer in Kansas or something similar. Look at this massive spire. And look how far it sits out, how far it comes out. So, you know, their engineering skills were far superior. Their civil engineering, what we call civil engineering. Just antiquitech. Just, yeah. All a bit silly. And I think this is the last picture. And of course we have the great antenna of Paris. And you can see up the top there's a dome there and a massive spire. Of course they've got up there with a flag, viewing deck, or is that a boarding deck maybe? And of course they tell us the Eiffel Tower was the first tower with an elevator in it. Again around this time, 1898 I think it might have been. And no one was buying elevators because they thought they were unsafe, and so yeah, the guy put his elevator here and ran it down with emergency brakes and didn't die. And then elevators were suddenly everywhere, or that at least is a story we're given. Okay, so this is the World's Fair buildings. Just, you know, silliness, ridiculous, both sides. You know, complete with all the fountains, of course, statues and everything. And so this, they say, was built and just knocked over. Built to knock over. But all this stuff in the background that looks fairly similar. No, that's still there. And of course, with World's Fair's buildings, they tell us all, the story for all of them was, yeah, they were just there, built temporarily. But we have buildings. There's one in Melbourne, and there's quite a few that are still standing after, you know, 100 years or so. And they were, yeah, apparently built out of wood and cardboard or whatever, plaster of Paris, to knock over. But somehow they turned to stone. And you've probably seen this. I think I've shown this photo where these are actually all domes all the way along here. And there's actually a good photo of this being illuminated and lots of light coming out of this sort of area. So there we go, guys. That's 1900, the Exposition in Paris, the Exposition Universalis, the one song, Exposition, here's your new story. And of course, all the people being released. And for all this work, oversized buildings, but are there really enough people to justify the story of, you know, we built this to make money, to show off all the tech and all that? Because it just looks like stolen tech heaped in a room, you know, and it's like, hey, look what we found. So there we go. I hope you enjoyed that one. Have a splendid day, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now. And I just found this, guys, so yeah, a little extra for you. This is pretty much a shot coming into the exhibition, so you can see the whole thing as it was, and just see how built up this building is. Little people going up the stairs, massive dome. And really, if you rip the top off this, do you have the Colosseum? Our towers, our lights, and all the people. Oh, look at this guy with his cape on. Superheroes back in the 1900s. Oh my god, I can't stop. This book is too good. One more, and then I shall leave it. And when we say more, look at these people. Look at this guy. Does he look French? And look at this lady. Does she look French? This lady. And this is the thing, I know there's a large black population in France, but I'm looking more at the dress, like the way they're dressed, and she looks straight out of what we would be told is sort of Africa. But even these guys, they just kind of look Middle Eastern. Look at this guy playing his pipe, big beard. So look at the population. That, I mean, and this is the thing, they've mixed up populations so much. What was going on here? Was it just, was everyone mixed up together? Were there different sort of pockets of, you know, different sort of peoples that were, you know, went out into the world but were kind of restricted, you know, as far as their breeding habits, you know, because otherwise you kind of lose your races. But, you know, clearly many different races just in this shot here. Just found that very interesting. So now I shall let you go.
California Midwinter International Exposition of 1894. The California Midwinter International Exposition, commonly referred to as the Midwinter Exposition or the Midwinter Fair, was a world's fair that officially operated from January 27 to July 5th in San Francisco Golden Gate Park. In 1892, US President Benjamin Harris appointed Michael H. D. Young as a national commission to the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition held in Chicago. During that exposition in Chicago, De Young recognized an opportunity to stimulate California's economy in its time of depression. So, in the summer of 1893, De Young announced his plans for a California Midwinter International Exposition to be held in the Golden Gate Park. One of the draws, according to De Young, was California's weather, which would allow for a fair in the middle of winter. Golden Gate Park Superintendent John McLaren fought against holding the exposition in the park, claiming damage to the natural setting would take decades to reverse. In August of 1893, the US Congress approved for the fair to be held in Golden Gate Park. Prior to the Midwinter's Fair opening day in 1893, Isaiah West Tabor won the concession to be the official photographer of the fair, and he documented the fair from when the grading of the land began and continued photographing the fair throughout its entirety. He sold his photos in a striking multi-story pavilion during the exposition on the fair grounds. At the end of the fair, he compiled about 130 of the original photographs into a souvenir book entitled Souvenir of the California Midwinter International Exposition. Much of what is known about the fair, especially visually, comes from Tabor's photographs. The fair encompassed 200 acres centered in the park's current music concourse. 120 structures were constructed for the exposition, and more than 2 million people attended. The fair was to feature 4 major buildings. These included the Fine Arts Building, the Agricultural and Horticultural Building, the Mechanical Arts Building, and the Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Building. The Fine Arts Building has become the M.H. De Young Memorial Museum. And other major attractions include the park's famed Japanese tea gardens. So there you go. Did you know the California Midwinter International Exposition of 1894? So let's dig in and have a look at this story. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining me. Hope you're having a fantastic day. So the Exposition of 1894 in California. The first thing I'd like to point out is they say that this fair, they only came to the decision that they would build the fair in 1893. And it was run in 1894, and 120 structures were constructed for the exposition. So let's have a look at some pictures. Okay, so here's a few more pictures and paintings and postcards. Now this is, I believe, one of the photos by, what was his name? John DePaul or something? Isaac West Tabor. Now I've looked. Now in Wikipedia it says that he took photos of all the construction of this place, and I have looked and I've looked and I have not, well, I found one which I will show you in a minute. We get this picture. This is preparing for the Midwinter Fair. So this is a construction photo. This is preparing for the fair. This is a construction photo apparently. So we get that one, and that's, I haven't found much else. Now It was electrified, and look at this spotlight. They also had the introduction of different ethnicities, shall we say. So these were Eskimos that were brought in and given a little lake to paddle around on, and this was a Japanese garden. They also had Hawaiians and other things there, but I've searched everywhere. Now I did find, here's some coins they had. So they issued coins as well. 1894. Again, this place was built. Actually, I think they said that they were given permission to start in August of 1893, and this was supposed to be open in January. So 4 months. I'll have to double check those dates. But lots of coins, and down here there's a few that are here, aluminium, bringing in the introduction of aluminium, or aluminum if you're in the United States. So this is what I found. This is his book of photos. Now unfortunately these don't pop up very big. Okay, so we get something like this. We're told this is the camp of, I guess, the construction workers, and this is supposed to be a bit of a construction picture. And then it just goes to these massive, huge buildings, complete with electricity and everything. And the only one that I have found is this one as well. This is the only other one I've found, and this is basically just, we're told again, it's the site of where they're going to build, but that's it. There's nothing there. So here, we'll go look at a few pictures. So understand, the story is that this is built, it says here, in August 1893 the US Congress approved for the fair to be held. So clearly they could not start building before August because it wasn't approved, in Golden Gate Park. And it says up here that the Midwinter Fair officially operated from the 27th of January 1894. Construction started, let's be nice, we'll say the 1st of August in 1893. So that gave them, and we'll be nice too, we'll say the end of January, 5 months. And they built 120 structures, and it was on 200 acres. So let's have a look at what they built in 5 months. Here we go. This massively oversized water feature fountain here. Check out the light. Is that a light post? I'm not even sure what that is. This thing, I guess it's a light. Very tall. And just, massive domes in the background everywhere. Old world looking buildings, columns, everything we're used to. Built in 5 months. Here's some of the buildings. This was called Dante's Fire, I believe. Is that what it's called? Dante's Fire? This was a Ferris wheel called the Firth Wheel. Here we go. Oh, here, wreck of the Jeannette in a hollow iceberg. Oh, well, there you go. Must be a boat. A Ferris wheel called the Firth Wheel, which, there are questions about what Ferris wheels really are or were. An aquarium, Santa Barbara building. This is the main entrance to the Liberal Arts building. Look at this. Very Moorish kind of looking buildings. Look at this. This one looks like it should be next to the Kremlin. Now you could also get a diploma. Gold medal. I'm not sure what you had to do to get that. But there we go. You even get the little wreath. Now this is in the middle of it. Of course, look at this building. Just huge. Now, what you'll see with these photos, what I've noticed as well, is when we see like the scenery sort of shots like this, there's not that many people around. As you can see, it looks like there's someone there. I think that might actually be it. There's a few. I think these are all trees, yeah. So I think that's one person. Then are these people? I don't know, but there's not many people at all in this shot. Of course, massive domed building in the background, but you know, the centerpiece, right? What is this? Just a massive antenna with 3 platforms, interestingly enough, and looking, you know, fairly similar in the style of the Eiffel Tower, really. A bit smaller, not as splayed at the bottom, but looks like it's the same general idea. Built in 5 months, 1893. Now this is inside, and this is, you know, what we see so often in these World Fairs, expos. They're just packed. They are stuffed full of stuff, and it just looks like this is the stuff that they've recovered. That's just what it looks like. It's all old world stuff, you know, all, you know, the best of the best. You know, it's probably ordinary for the last civilization, but, you know, much better than we can produce today, and just tons of it out of nowhere. And they never really talk about where all this stuff came from. You know, they sort of say, oh, well, it was an exposition and everyone put their stuff in, but that, you know, building this whole place in 5 months is one thing, but then filling it as well, you know, that's another amount of work. Now here's one. So there's these photo sort of opportunity pics that we get that have got a lot of people in them. This looks like they're having a parade of some kind. We've got all the men in hats standing around, and just this castle, in front of a castle. Why not? A few bunker booths, look like they're a bit drunk. Yeah, what do you say to that? Built in 5 months. Here's another shot. That's that building again, and look at this, looking very similar to what we see, you know, everywhere. You know, this, you know, like a hangar sort of shape, like the Crystal Palace. And of course, we've got domes everywhere, belfries, arches, you know, pillars. It's just the same old story. And of course, trees. And these are not saplings. These are not newly planted. You can't. It's very, very hard to transplant, you know, big trees. And look how big these people are. So these are tall trees. And whoops, as you can see, they're everywhere, all throughout this. So this is a picture of it. Now, I'm not sure what that is. I'll have a look at that in a minute. But this is what they built in 5 months. Here's that tower, that massive antenna, the Ferris wheel, and just huge old world buildings everywhere. Now let's have a look. What is this? Looks like the ruins of something, doesn't it? Is that a star? Just looks like, yeah, the ruins of a building. Maybe this is what got destroyed, but this side didn't. Oh, here's another shot. Oh, look at this. Fairy, right? Fairy tale. And what are these world's fairs? Fairy, they tell us it's all a fairy tale. And then they give us world's fairs. Of course, in the drawings, lots of people. Back here, though, this one photo, got one person here, couple here next to the bunker booths. But, you know, pretty empty, really. This is, yeah, at night time. So look at the power of this light in 1894. And of course, this whole tower and all the electricity, all the infrastructure for the electricity, all put in as well, 5 months. So that's it at night time. And that is another theme, is they use electricity a lot for these to say, oh, well, you know, they could work at night, so we got them done quickly. Another shot inside, just packed full of stuff. Got statues down here, vases. you know, just urns and pots and more statues. This is Gail Borden. Flags, you know, it's really just, are they? Is that an eagle? It's the introduction, isn't it? It really is the introduction of the society they want us to believe exists. And here's another one packed full of people. Okay, you can see here they're lining up, so this is inside, and this one's completely packed full of people. So I'm guessing the other ones are going to say that they were taken maybe before it was opened, or maybe they're the construction photos. And, you know, it's the people walking around were checking the construction. I don't know, but clearly a lot of people in here. And remember, they said 2 million people passed through in about 6 months. Of course, they have the indigenous tribes and things that they've brought in, you know, to build the narrative, right? These are just people who live in huts. And this is, you know, the kind of quality. Like, look at this. Why have they got thrones in here? You know, there's a crown up there. There's crowns on the top of these things. There's another crown. It's just... And to us, this is like, you know, kings and queens kind of stuff. This is probably just how everyone used to live. And there's even a crown on the ceiling. Another shot. And in this as well, it is 1894, I guess. And, you know, you can see how built out the background is as well. Big cross up there. Don't know what that is. Looks like a big domed building out there. And just some random buildings. And then, I mean, do you believe this could be built in 5 months in 1893? Here's a coin, main building. We've got the water feature. And then we've got this. What's this? There's another one there. So we've got twin pillars, and look, it's just our balls there on a spike, on an antenna. It looks like it's got two, one, you know, coming out one each side and 4 down the bottom there. So what is that about? Is that how they were powering, getting all the electricity? Is that a scratch, or is that showing electricity? But yeah, just spires all over this thing, and of course they've just attached flags to them all. The administration building. This is obviously a drawing, but again, just to show you the scope. And, you know, again, in the drawings, when you look at the drawings, they'll show you this, and then they say, oh, there was nothing anywhere else. This is all, see, it's all, no other buildings. But in the photos, there's buildings everywhere. But just look at the size of these domes. It's just, I mean, 5 months. This is just our main power source again. No doubt, even sitting on top of a building, which is probably some kind of interface. We've got bunker booths all around the outside, And this is another thing we see, is they seem to be built around a central sort of focus. Like the Columbia in St. Louis was around water. This one's obviously not water. Maybe it used to be. It's pretty depressed there. But who knows? Maybe these guys were getting energy from the ether, and in Chicago they were using the water. They may have used many different ways. Who knows? But I mean, this place was powered, fully powered, 1893. And I mean, could you even build this building today in 5 months? Inside again, and you know, it's just the best of everything, the best materials. Just got our plants, introducing different plants to give the illusion that you know, there's all these different separate countries and we're only just finding out what they are. Again, this tower with the spotlight, look at that. And that, I guess that's that cross up on that hill. But look how powerful this light is. What was this being powered by? And how many lumens, you know, what kind of bulb or light source was it? Our Eskimo friends again. And I just like how there's these power poles running through, you know, the Eskimo village. And you know, look at these igloos. I don't know what they're made out of, but clearly not snow. Tartarian eagle up here because it's Russia. So this is the entrance to the Russian exhibition. Got a sort of a Cossack looking guy down there. But look how big that is. So this looks, you know, I mean, they could manufacture this definitely in 4 months, and it doesn't look to be stone. I'm not sure. And it is inside. Look at is that wood? Look at the work on that. And it's like I said, how did they build all the stuff inside as well? But yeah, so it's inside. So they could have built this. Who knows? But still pretty cool. People again, one of these shots where it's full of people. So again, they're probably going to say the empty shots are, you know, construction photos. And here's the 2 million people. American flags flying everywhere, of course, because, you know, you've got to all be, you know, part of the American corporation now. We're going to get you to be patriotic. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying this has all been introduced by the people who want you to follow their version. And I mean, again, look, this place is just packed out with all this amazing stuff. I'm yet to find a free energy display though. This is fruit, apparently. Apparently this is all made out of apples and bits of fruit and stuff that that they grew in California. This looks like honey or something. So there you go. They could make towers out of fruit. Look at this. This guy's like cruising along on a ball. And I don't know what this is. It looks like a slide. Whee! But yeah. It's coming out. I mean, and what is this thing? Are they just using it, you know, have they built that, or is it already there? Is it some kind of electrical device maybe? There's another big ball down here. And again, this shot, there's not that many people. There's some people here sitting down watching. But, you know, it doesn't look like there's 2 million people. Ish. Alright, that looks like the end of the photos. So there you go. The Midwinter exhibition. What do you think? I have to have a bit more of a dig into this, but just from the narrative, all this built in 5 months in California in 1893. So let me know what you think in the comments down below. Leave me a like as well. Subscribe if you haven't already and hit the bell. That way you'll be notified of all my upcoming uploads. And also a big thank you, as always, to everyone who does support this channel, all my Patreons, people who support me through PayPal, my merch store, etc. And if you would like to help out, there are links below. So thanks for spending some time with me, guys. Stay awesome, because you are. And I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now. A colonial exhibition was a type of international exhibition that was held to boost trade. During the 1800s and beyond, colonial exhibitions had the additional aim of bolstering popular support for the various colonial empires during the new imperialism period. The first colonial exhibition was in Victoria, Australia in 1866, and was the progeny of 25 years of similar exhibitions also held in Melbourne, in which other countries. And down here we have a list of all the different colonial exhibitions. And so some of these we have had a look at, like Sydney, but there's quite a few of these and they're not put under the World Exhibition title. But what I wanted to have a look at today was the exposition that was in Marseille in 1922. And this is what we get. We don't have an exact article for that. And when we click on this to have a look at the 1922 exhibition, we get that there's not enough information. So there's not a lot I can tell you about this. Now there are a couple of sites that talk about it, but they're all in French. And I don't read French, unfortunately. So if anyone wants to sort of get a background on this, would be helpful. But what I thought is some of the buildings at this place are just incredible. So I thought we would have a pictorial look at the Marseilles, at the Exposition Colonial de Marseille, at the 1922 Colonial Exposition in Marseille. Okay, so this is a picture from Marseille, from the World Exhibition, and as you can see we get the same kind of ridiculous scenario. Now we have one of the controllers standing here in a nice little pose, feeling very cool. We have the old ladder lean over here, and workers, and look at this worker. He's like got his little wheelbarrow, and what's he sweeping up? Dirt. He's got a pile of dirt there, because look at these streets. You can see the lines from the carts, horse and carts. So it's just dirt, but we have all these poles everywhere, and then we have like this. So over here we have like a cornucopia, some cherubs. This lady as well is holding a bag of food, another cornucopia. And up here, this lady's holding an ice cream. No, a torch, obviously. I'm not sure who she's representing, but if you look around, this, especially up here, it's got grapes everywhere. Over here, where was it? Up here, grapes. See, so these people here are holding grapes as well, these two ladies. Down here, we see this sort of botanical facading a lot, but this looks a lot more food-like. It looks like it's got fruit and things and grapes. There's some grapes there rather than just the leaves. So I thought I'd point that out. And look at this building. There is a dome in the back there. And just perfect symmetry. I mean, look at this doorway. Nice cross up here. And no doubt, it's had some refacading done. But I very much doubt they've built all these. So all those signs, now if this is, and look, completely mud flooded, by the way. Windows going into the ground, of course, completely underneath all these arches above. So they would have been arches, no doubt, and they've bricked up. You can see they've bricked them up. A lot of windows again going in pretty much down to the ground. So this building, I would say, in the old world, had something to do with food and growing food, because that's what the symbolism is telling us. It's covered in food, cornucopias. I mean, it's like an entranceway, isn't it, to an amazing food market. And here we have another part of the exposition. And again, look at this, just, you know, sort of messy roads. This isn't level. There's a window down here. We've got our old ladder. They've been up facading. And look at how dirty this bit here is. Looks very old and dirty. I mean, have they? Looks like they're covering it in something. Maybe they are. But see how this looks like they've cleaned this bit up? But they haven't got to this yet, or this middle bit. And then this is probably a bit whiter because it's marble, I would think. So again, it looks like a Lady Liberty type in front of a big amplifier, speaker thing. And just a random, like, where's the building? It's not attached to anything. Very strange. And look, we've got one of, don't know what these are, but there's one on each side. Who knows? Fireworks. And then we get this, and this is the, I believe it's the Indochina building. It's called the Indochina Pavilion. Indochina Pavilion, 1922, Marseille, Colonial World Exhibition. And I mean, look at this. Are we in Thailand? No, we are not. This is France in 1922, guys. And again, I don't have the story, so I'm not sure how long they're saying the construction for this was. But look at that. Got our spire on the top, fractal stacking all the way down, and then, you know, what is that? I mean, seriously, built for an exhibition, it would be the story, and no doubt I've never heard of this being there still, so no doubt it was knocked over. But I mean, how's this? Like, how, you know, sort of, you know, Southeast Asian, Thai sort of is this, you know, these columns. But then we come over here and we get, you know, the Greco-Roman kind of look. I mean, just look at this. All the layering, and it looks like they may be inlaid, or I'm not sure, something's going on there. Statues everywhere, and it looks like it's, yeah, got a courtyard, like it's a castle sort of type setup. But look at the corners on it. I mean, this thing is ridiculous, and for size, that's a person. So you can see this is a pretty big, serious structure. And then of course we have these station house, pump houses or something. Got one, got another one here. So this, you know, some ponds maybe. Is that a greenhouse? I don't know, maybe they've got birds in there. And of course an octagon. Octagons everywhere, right? And there's, what's that, a mini castle out the front. I mean, that's ridiculous. And also, I'd just like to point out these trees. These are big trees. There's some more over here. Now, if they're saying that they built this, if it is the same story, like I said, I can't find the actual English version of the story. But, you know, if it's the same old thing, you know, we just found land and built it, well, what about the trees? And look at this big building at the back there. Just, you know, the same thing we see everywhere. Part of the old world setup. And of course, in the background, they've started burning stuff. through what were probably, I don't know, water towers or something. And here's another angle of that building. You can see the intricacy up here. And look, so it's definitely got the Thai sort of, well, branding imagery. Look at these. Just everything's so precise. Are these lion heads all the way along? I mean, they even line up with these curved, these furrowed bits at the top. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Do you not agree? Water pool out the front. Water tank, holding pool. So what really was this? Clearly a different function to the one that we just had a look at, which looked like it was branded as food. This one, not sure, but no doubt, I mean, if this is original symbolism, which of course we don't know, but no doubt it was telling us what it does. And here we have some of the happy people that were apparently brought in to spread the narrative of different cultures. They've got some of their old antiquitech pots and things. I mean, look at these pots. They're the same as what we see on the buildings. Were these self-powered as well somehow? And all these guys. This is not a photo op, by the way. It's just a normal day down at the expo. Everyone looking pretty happy. And this is, of course, what they did. They brought in cultures from all over the place and set them up, you know, they put them in little stores, you know, you can see they've got their rugs. This is the rugs they use. This is how they cook. This is how they dress. You can see they're all dressed the same. This is their hats. No top hats for these people. And this is that same building again, the food building. Here we have a man in a hat strolling by, probably one of the usurpers. We've got some workers over here, got their wheelbarrow. I'm not sure, they might be putting these plants in, these little plants, but of course, who put this in? Right, this tree. You think they brought that in on their little wheelbarrow with their little shovel? I don't think so. This facading, still looking pretty botanical. That's as far as I can zoom in, so I can't see if there's any food in there. But the whole look of the building, you know, very sort of food-like, right? Lots of fruit and stuff growing. So, now is that one of the reasons why, you know, buildings like the Crystal Palace, which I've done videos on, and I've proposed that it was just a big greenhouse, big glass house, which is it was a glass house. Was that for growing food? Because we've got pictures, and there were full-size trees inside there. So you can imagine with a greenhouse that big, a glass house, you could grow full-size whatever you wanted. So is this what was going on? More workers here. Don't look like they know what they're doing. And I'm not sure what's happening with all these branches. It must have been windy or something. There's broken branches everywhere. Bit of a mess. So they're clearly cleaning up. This is clearly before it's opened. What have we got here? Okay, we've got the man, we've got the modern tech, and they are delivering all these. Isn't that interesting? We have our skilled craftsmen here, and a pile of wood, or is that maybe a buggy that couldn't take the strain? What are these, like pillars? I mean, what these look like, these are probably things that went inside these buildings, I would think. Because if they're just getting them off, like where's the machinery to move these? So they must be fairly light. So I'm not thinking they're solid rock, and they look different to, you know, could be newer, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Have to see if we can find some photos of the interior. And of course, what World's Fair Colonial Expo is complete without a Moorish castle and a group of controllers. Oh, and look, weren't all Caucasians. There you go. Is that guy on his iPhone? So look at these guys, all dressed the same, all in the same clothes, all in the same hats. These two not. These are workers, no doubt. Oh, is he being accosted? What are you doing? Oh, yeah, that's an interesting photo. And a castle. Look at this Moorish door. Just the same stuff everywhere. Just geometry, patterns, fractals. I mean, that corner, just looking at that corner, imagine the work that would take to do that when you could just have a square corner. So there's clearly a reason. So look, what does that do to these towers? It turns them into 1, 2, 3, 4 into octagons. Interesting. And here's another shot of the castle. You can see fairly big, got its big tower in the middle, of course. And of course, you know, bit of domage. Got our balls up there and our spire. And just covered in, and this is the more sort of what we call the sort of more Moorish kind of look, but it's probably, you know, just different regions just had their own style. These trees, I mean, these may have been planted. Look, it looks like there's a bit of dirt around them actually. They're not looking too healthy. They've obviously had to cut them right back. You can see like they've just planted stumps, and this is just resprouting, and they're not that big. So this is, you know, what, 3 or 4 meters probably at least from this guy, so it's not a huge tree. Look at these though. These old poles that they've repurposed and just hung all their lights off. Not sure what that sign is. That looks like a Maserati sign. And here we have a very nice house. Look at this. This is just pretty cool. Oh, who's up the top there sitting on a ball? We have an eagle. Eagle on the ball, which we see a lot. Very common symbolism. Look at this. Haven't seen something like this before. This is like a, I don't know, what do you think? Something comes out of there, sound, air, water, doorway, and of course the odd ladder lane. That's a big ladder. And this is, I think, what happened at these World Fairs is we had people like this, you know, not looking very skilled, no tools really. You can see they got their little plants. So these are the plants that they were planting, that they were putting in, not these big trees. Oh, these two actually, look, see how they've been cut? And now they've resprouted, so those they have. But when you see the big actual trees like that one there, that would have been there. But yeah, look, what are they doing? They've got their, you know, this is clearly a finished building. And this is the problem. We get all these pictures and this would be put forward as a construction photo. But they're not constructing anything. They might be refacading. They've got their, you know, their ladders and their formwork so they can get up, probably just to repaint or something. Who knows? But they do not look like the builders of this building, do they? Let's put it that way. And this picture, this is at the Indochina exhibition building that we saw before. Not the best work. What's going on there? Rubbish. I mean, and what is this? It looks like they've been chipping off the, you know, the covering, the facade, the the rendering. It looks like it's all been smashed off the bricks. The bricks, you know, look like they've been smashed. They're hollow. Not sure what that means. And these have been taken out. And then we've got clearly, you know, Chinese-looking imagery. And here we have the Chinese ladies getting flowers from, oh, this dodgy-looking dude. Oh, he's not looking. Oh, God. He only has eyes for her. That's not very good. And yeah, a bunch of these dudes. I mean, who are these dudes? They're in all the world's expo, you know, they're everywhere. All the empty city photos, these dudes. And they've all got hats, and of course, you know, is this a rank? Does, you know, is the top hat like the higher dudes who have sold their souls? And these are like the lower ranked guys? And then even when you get lower, you've got to push the bits in. I don't know, what do you think? Because they've always got hats. Always got their long coats, you know, black. Who knows? And here, look at this. Again, it looks like, do you reckon they've ripped the render off? You know, to refacade it, to make it maybe look like they built it, or just to change the look. Or is it a new construction? Who knows? Because look at the layering, right? Solid holes, solid holes. So it looks like some kind of, I don't know, resistor, capacitor sort of setup. Something. More controllers, or look, we've caught one of the cameramen. Sent in there to take all the photos. This guy's going, hey, you're supposed to be over here taking a photo of me. What are you doing? And this is obviously African, Middle Eastern kind of building, because you can see they've got everyone dressed up the same to let us know that this is what they look like from this country. Because of course when you go to a country, everyone's exactly the same. Right? That's what they want us to think. Every different culture and different type of person, they all originated in different places. There was no common culture, or so they say. But yeah, the dodgy dudes. Here's another shot of the castle, and this is while they're doing it up. Here we go, another imported tree they've brought in. Here we go. This is the workers. Look like they're re-rendering, refacading. Another one of these. What is that? It looks like some kind of... Oh, is that a tree in there? Okay, that's a palm tree. Well, there you go. And they've put that on it because no doubt it's got the big spiky fronds. There you go. Mystery solved. Men in hats, obviously inspecting the work. And yeah, just dirt everywhere. This is the building site, and they're just painting the walls. And I mean, up here, look how dirty this is looking already. If this is, you know, supposed to be a brand new building. I cannot read French. Society France. This is no doubt who's building it. Okay, the enterprise of de Nord and de l'Est. Oh, okay, what have we got here? Nah, I thought they might be. Oh, maybe they are building a facade bit, but you can see in the background that the arch is already done, and the whole thing's actually already done. But looks like they're putting that in. Okay, I think we saw that photo before, didn't we? Nice fence. So this is what they could build to keep people out, right? This fence. But they could build this too. No doubt they could build that. And again, now I'm not sure if this is the same castle. Actually, I don't think it is. It's got different, you know, these bits on the top of the walls are different. this, look, they've turned it into a mud hut looking thing, and they've got the wood coming out like you see in Northern Africa, even up on the towers. Now, I mean, look at the size of these trees for starters. These have not been transplanted. These are part of the original setup. Probably an old boulevard. They've been doing a bit of trimming, cutting the trees down. So that's an interesting pic. This is a worksite pic. Just dirt everywhere being dug out, ladders, bits of wood. And that's the interesting thing as well, isn't it? Is it's all wood. You know, they've got all these bits of wood that they're using to build things and arches. But this, you know, this structure, this isn't wood. This is masonry. Alright, now here's a wider shot of this amazing temple thing. You can see in the inside it's been roofed. It's got a cross in there. And then we've got these little houses which it looks like they're building. Look at that. It looks like he's building this little archway. So they may have built these, who knows? They may be remnants. But this, I don't think so. I really don't. And look at this. So these are shots, you know, and it's the same thing, right? Oh, look at that. So they're up on the lamppost. So it actually, look, they're all surrounded with scaffolding. It looks like they've just been repainted. Doesn't look like that, you know, because that's not, you don't need this to put them up. And why wouldn't you paint them all first, right? If they're brand new, why would you need this scaffolding up around them? You just get them up. And you do that by pulley systems, I would think, back in the day. Here's the tech of the day again, a couple of wooden wheelbarrows, horse and cart, just cart, or, you know, not a horse, but a cart, another cart. So no tech at all. This is 1922, so not as early as some of them. And look at this, we've got our Chinese looking lion, and this looks like an Indian symbol, like Vedic, the Naga symbol, with, is it Shiva that sits in front of it? And the serpents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 serpents. Interesting. I mean, obviously, it's all to time with this, but that, China, Indonesia, I don't know. Bit off. But we've got more of these everywhere. They've obviously planted a lot of these. God, they're not looking too healthy, but I'd say they've planted a lot of those trees or plants. Not these big ones, but that's just, you know, I wish I could find some writing on what the story of this is. So if you can read French, please do a search for me and let me know what the deal is. Feel free to translate anything and send it my way. Here we have another shot. You can see more transplanted trees coming in. Got a nice dome here. Octagon with a dome. Men in hats everywhere. Oh, looks like this controller's brought his wife down to have a look. Must be family day for the controllers, maybe. Look, they're everywhere. Got their hats on. Massive, like, oversized poles, all with these water bowls built into them. And so this is that building that we saw before that they were facading and that they had the bits of wood coming out of. So if you look at this, it looks like they've covered it in mud, or, you know, like adobe. And that's all they would have to do. They just cover the outside. Put these bits of wood in, and they say, oh no, it's a North African exhibit. But really? I've never seen anything like this in, or maybe Egypt, but not really. This looks like some kind of, I don't know, cooling tower. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, that's probably just a belfry that they've just filled in. Got window there, got a bit there. So this is a thing, they can just literally go over a big building with adobe and then just say, no, this is, you know, our North African exhibit. And of course, people back in the day, the wonders of technology, just believed it and bought the story. You know, once they got their, you know, all their mates and all the controllers out to walk around and spread the story. Oh yeah, no, we just built this. But I'm not so sure. Look at this bit here too. These columns. See how they're curved, just like you see in places like the Vatican. And here we have more of cultures being introduced. This would be Egyptian, I'm guessing. Maybe somewhere from the Middle East. Dress them up, got their hats, got their little wares. Yep, this is what they do. This is how they dress, got their little shops. Just a complete setup, a movie set. Just a movie set. Alright, now this is actually Marseille, just a general shot of Marseille in 1922. Nice aerial shot. It's just sort of interesting because look how built out this place is. Domes. I mean, that's a massive building. Look at the size of that compared to the buildings around it. Look at this one. And just completely built out in 1922. This is Marseille, the port of Marseille. And look at this building down here, right on the water. And looks like we've got another photographer. So I found that interesting. A few more controllers for you. These are the head honchos, right? With the tall hats. Have they got cone heads under there? And I just go through this one too. Been going a little while here. So this building it's again down at the docks of Marseille. Major aerial plan. I'm not really sure what this building is called, but look at this photo. So this is down on the docks. This is the water. We've got a boat here, so right on the waterline. And look at this building. Now, apart from the fact that it's pretty amazing, I just want to point out what it's sitting on. See how it's sitting on this base? Now we see this quite a bit. This same kind of base was underneath the Crystal Palace, and we see it underneath a lot of buildings. We see the top of it maybe underneath buildings, even in Paris in the 70s, in the whole of Paris. When they dug that massive hole, that was a much bigger structure, but there were structures like this underneath. Is this how they used to build their foundations? Is this part of the foundation system, and then the buildings sit on top? Because we have buildings, that, we sort of just see that part of them, or we just see that part of them, or maybe we see most of it like that, and some we see this lower level. Now this is water level, so I'm thinking this probably doesn't go down too much further. So is this the deal? Because we know these are more than buildings. These are machines, right? They're energy collecting machines, connected into ethereal energy, connected into the water system. So there needed to be, wires and pipes and tunnels and things. And was that all underneath here in these basements that also acted as the foundations? And is that why, if it was liquefaction that happened, is this why maybe they could sink straight without tilting because they had these huge foundations? I don't know. Maybe these bottom bits even filled up and sort of, I don't know. Who knows? Just theorizing. I'm not sure if it was liquefaction, but I found that very interesting, that picture. So there you go, guys. Just a bit of a look at 1922 Marseille colonial exposition. Lots of, out of place buildings. Like I said, I haven't got the story. It's all in French. I mean, but just this building here, I mean, that is enough to raise quite a few questions. I mean, that is ridiculous. It's like a miniature Angkor Wat. It really is. So I've actually got a ton more. I couldn't find anything written on this expo, but I found so many pics. This isn't even half of them that I've shown you. So I may do a part 2 or run through them in a live, just because pretty good pictures, some amazing stuff going on, and lots of the pics of the cleanup, what they would like us to believe was the construction. And clearly this is, a cleanup site. We've got the controllers, the foreman walking around, got the workers being told what to do. And again, why would you build scaffolding around a pole if it's brand new? It should already be painted and looking pristine. So many questions. Here's some more scaffolding. Oh, they're putting up the Chinese stuff. All right, so there you go, guys. Thanks for spending some time with me. I hope you enjoyed that. Also, please, if you haven't already, subscribe, hit the bell so you are notified of future uploads. Give me a like and a comment, and please share this content around, because obviously, the algorithm is not in our favor. And also, another thing that you can all do to help with the algorithm, to help this information get out there, is when you do comment, you can leave keywords, and you can even hashtag them if you want to. Things like Tartaria, star forts, history reset, things that people into this kind of information would search for, and that will help me come up in the algorithms more. So please do that. I would very much appreciate it. And also, obviously, a massive thank you to everyone who does support me, all my subscribers, everyone who comments, likes, shares, and supports me through Patreon, PayPal, and my merch store. I really do appreciate you all. There are links below if you would like to help out. So thank you again for spending some time with me. Stay awesome, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.
I thought when we discussed maybe we do something where we try to share sort of knowledge of something like the fairs or something like but not go into the buildings. I think like the construction or whatever else. We try to talk more about what we think these things were for.
Cool.
What's the purpose of this stuff? What's the reason that they would go to all this trouble? More in a sense of than trying to help us understand where we are now from it. That might be a good sharing our knowledge to bring something a little deeper.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're definitely at the point where, we need to start exploring answers. We've sort of got all this information and all this sort of evidence, but we need to sort of start theorizing, I guess. So that sounds awesome. All right.
And I have a question that I'll ask. It's a question that's been in my mind for some time, and I have a question. I wrote it down to see what you will want to answer.
Yep.
I'm curious. Do you want the question before we start like recording and everything and go on live, or do you want it like just fresh when it somewhere in the middle?
Give it to me live, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see what the universe pops out.
Yeah. I'm just curious to see because I've been trying to work an answer myself, and I'm okay. I wonder what you think.
Yeah, awesome, cool. All righty. Well, I'll just do an intro and we'll jump into it. All right, how you going, guys? Cambell here from Autodidactic. Hope you're having a fabulous day. Today we've got something special. We have Howdy McCloskey. Is that how I say it?
Yeah, close enough.
Pretty close. And Howdy's a researcher. He's written a book on the world's fairs. So I'll leave the link below in that. Check that out. And a little birdie told me that you've got another book. Is that right? On the way, or another one out?
I've done 3 now in the last like 15 years. So one on ancient Egypt, one on like my spiritual death experience, then the world's fairs. So
okay, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Also release some next blow. And yeah, Howdy's also got a YouTube channel. So we thought today that we'd have a chat about the world's fairs, but rather than sort of talk about, the structures themselves and where they are and what they were made of and how big they were, we thought we'd sort of go in and start throwing around some ideas about why and what was the purpose of them, and more to the point, what was the purpose of them being used the way that it looks like they were used. Because Howdy actually did a good interview with Crow 777 recently. You've done 2 now, haven't you?
yeah, I did one with Jay Wiedner like you did. I saw the one you did with when you did the Star Forts, which was really interesting. And yeah, there's been a few of these, and I thought, of course, when you're doing an interview, you have to kind of go in many different areas and subjects. So, but to me now, after you get past that the buildings are impossible to construct in the time frame suggested and why, okay, the next point is, well, then what's really going on here? And then I thought, this would be a good thing for you and I to put our heads together with and see if we get something pops up that surprises us.
Definitely, because just recently, I think you've mentioned it, and John Levi's mentioned it. Actually, I think it was your interview, and yours. Oh, I can't even remember, saying that foods like puffed wheat and things were introduced at one of the world fairs. So it was almost like they were, introducing a new diet as well.
Yeah, they almost every fair, like I think the Aunt Jemima pancakes that came in Chicago in '93. Yeah, the St. Louis World's Fair brought in puffed wheat and a few other things. So it's like it's so, for anyone who doesn't know what the fairs are about, maybe I'll give them a short. Probably if you're watching channels like us, but in case you don't, right? Supposedly building these massive 700-800 acre structures, which included segments. So one segment of the fair would have new technologies. So they would showcase whatever countries were bringing, whatever the newest technologies of the day was. Another area was showcasing artwork. Another area, would then start showcasing what you might call society type things. So they might show foods and clothing, and then there'd be an area of historical stuff. And then there'd be an area of, you might call them like what we would think of as rides today from Disneyland, but they were more like, they were often going back in the past. They were time travel historical rides, which are so strange. Then they had the human zoos, which are more like showing off primitive peoples as how they are so uncultured and savage compared to our world. And then, of course, you would have the restaurants and whatever. So this is what the fair encompassed, this massive amount of different areas. And the question is, why? Why do you want all of that in one location?
And these fairs were pretty much all over the place, through Europe, America, Australia had them as well. And one of the big questions about these fairs is, every time you read about them, they say, they were made for profit, basically, to get people in there. And they say all these millions and millions of people came. But when you look at sort of the time frames and the populations and where they were and travel times,
right,
that becomes a big question, especially when you're talking about Australia, because it's the same now. I think they say 1 million people or something. And everyone, that means we have to believe everyone sailed to Australia for what is it, 6 months to go to a fair and then sail home. So the question is that a false narrative, or are there a lot of people there, but they're coming from somewhere else? Because we have this narrative of the orphans and the orphan trains, because what you've just described as far as the different segments sounds very much like a school, doesn't it? Like an education system.
And all of these fairs, they offered, you got a diploma when you left, which is so weird to see these World's Fair diploma, and there would always be like a Greek stylized image, Isis, in the diploma usually. But it's like, what are you getting a diploma for going to a World's Fair? So it leads into this idea of it's some form of indoctrination, some form of narrative construction for people. And so we're asking, well, yeah, like you say, well, what people? What are the people that are going to these fairs that are getting indoctrinated, and what are they being indoctrinated with?
Exactly. Because the first one, 1851, is that correct? I think I heard something that there might have been some earlier ones, but the main.
England and like France had some of the first, what you might call the large scale ones, and it was started by Napoleon. Napoleon is the one who started the first larger, what you almost might call world fairs. And that also made me wonder, it's like, okay, because they had these regional fairs, all over the world, but why was it Napoleon who's the one who wanted to have something that was on a grand, massive scale? So all these things make your heads spin. But yeah, 1851 is the one that's supposedly the first original in London.
And these fairs, as you said, these are, hundreds of acres with very large buildings. So I guess, the question is, what are they? Where did they come from? Do you think they were built, or do you think that we're looking at, dug out ancient cities that were repurposed, basically found, the most intact kind of cities, they get all the tech from them, fit them out and reintroduce societies? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I know you did a talk with Martin like a few months ago where you were going through the Crystal Palaces, which is all the first fairs were in these Crystal Palaces, and you guys kind of suggested how they looked like a train station, or they looked like, I think, like a docking or like airports for airships or something.
And most of them have train stations underneath them, those big glass houses,
Yeah, so it was almost like this, and they were all, these first ones were all in Crystal Palaces all over the world, and so it was like, is that just a coincidence that they all wanted to build them after the model, or did they decide we've got this building and we've got to explain what it's doing here, so we'll turn it into a fair? That's one for the first ones, right? For the first 20 years, and then you shift sort of around the time of some of the late ones in Paris and the one in Philadelphia, where they start now building these giant structures. And the problem is that you do get construction photos of smaller things, because when you figure 700 acres, that's a massive amount of stuff. So there is photos of them building actual, like, and you will see the claim is, the reason this went up so fast, right? The claim is it was built with this thing called staff, this combination of plaster and wood. And there are photos of plaster and wood buildings being built. So I don't doubt there was certainly some construction. You didn't have a 700 acre site there. But when you look at the larger buildings, the buildings that are huge and have these fantastic ornamentation, there's really no construction photos for any of those. All you will get is a finished building, some scaffolding on the outside, and nothing going on around it. So if I was going to have to make an estimate at this point, given what all the building contractors had talked to me of what a building site looks like, what you should see on a building site and why you don't see any of it here, is that probably you had 10, 20 buildings maybe existing that they needed to refurbish and paint, and then they just built the rest of it around it to kind of hide what's new, what's old. That would be my guess.
Yeah. And then of course they knock them all over at the end. So it's also part of a plan to get rid of, the past. They sort of use it for this thing and give this story of, it's just a temporary structure. Because the thing is, in places like the Americas, back in the 1800s, pretty sparse population. So there could be large cities, huge built out cities, and no one knows they're there. Someone discovers them, they clean them out, put out the story, we're building this, and, there you go. It's a World's Fair.
Yeah, like I'm sure, have you ever seen the 1587 Monty map?
Yeah, the big
Yeah,
planisphere.
because it's, you know what I mean. He's listing like cities. It's a pretty accurate map of the world for 1587, and he's got city markers all over the world. And when you'd see a city marker for Prague or Warsaw or whatever, it has the same symbol as all these places in the middle of the U.S. continent. And it's like, and it has a name like Chicago for Chicago, or, you know, and so the question is, he wouldn't be labeling a native Indian village and labeling it the same as what he's showing Warsaw or Prague. He's got to be saying wherever there's markers on his map has to have been something worthy of being named a city.
Yeah.
So to me, that's one of the maps that kind of indicate we've got, the narrative is really wrong because the map indicates it's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's becoming clear, you know, to anyone who's looked into it, that, you know, places like America and Australia as well were built out. They have to have been, you know, the amount of construction they claim that they've done in, you know, these, you know, tiny periods. And this is their problem, is with Australia and America, that the timelines are, you know, condensed. You know, with Europe, they can kind of spread it out a lot more, and the story makes a bit more sense. But you get to, you know, especially Australia, you know, 1788 is the story, and then they say, oh, you know, by the 1820s, we've got buildings everywhere, you know, all these cathedrals built out, and it's just so. I mean, we obviously talk about the mud flood a lot, because if we're talking about, you know, reintroducing populations, so what do we think happened there? Like cataclysm, and then where did these populations come from, do you think? Were these, because it doesn't seem like they were, you know, sort of people who escaped the cataclysm and were free thinking people, does it? It seems like they were at least happy to go along and just sort of eat up the information, you know, like they were childlike. You know, as far as
that leads. I have a question for Cambell. This is a perfect time to ask it because it links to what he just asked. So I've been thinking about a very specific thing for a month now. So Cambell doesn't know my question, so it's a fresh question, and it'll lead into just what he just asked me. So the question is, how did the civilization, if there was a civilization that had these buildings, and if they got destroyed, it seems like there either had to be a giant source of energy that destroyed them, or some kind of warfare that destroyed it. You know, wasn't the resulting damage is so high for what we see. So that requires, if it's technology, it requires a particular use of technology. Okay, so the question becomes, if a group or some extraterrestrial force or whatever created this worldwide destruction, why have we not seen then that technology in use since this point? Why was it only at that point, and then it's like the technology was taken away? Or would that be a wrong answer then? Or is that part of the story? Or was it something else that happened? Is that our answer to telling us it's something else? Something, yes, from the sun, something from the earth, something from. So that's my question.
Yeah. I mean, like you say, if it was, you know, a man-made weapon that you know, shot a big laser beam, or, you know, laser beams or whatever to all the different places, you know, whoever was controlling that technology should still be controlling it. They wouldn't have blown themselves up, would they? So,
right.
And it should be advanced, you know, way advanced from what it was.
Right.
So that, you know, doesn't it really fit with what we see. What I've been looking into is the electric universe.
Right.
Have you heard of Thunderbolt's project?
Yeah. Yes.
And they talk about the stickman image, and this is something that is found in caves all around the world. Okay. And it's basically, if you haven't seen it, it's just like a stickman, but he's got a curve. His arms are curved up, legs are curved down, and there's two dots, two circles on each side. Right. And when they get a plasma in a plasma chamber, they actually produce that exact symbol.
Right.
And so the theory is that basically that appeared in the sky. And so the reason it's in caves is if you weren't in a cave, you probably got zapped. Okay, right. So only the people in the caves were alive to sort of reproduce it. And so what it looks like is
there was just a huge electrical buildup, and it's just discharged at some point. And we see this in the ground, the Liechtenstein patterns through, you know, deserts and things. It literally looks like exactly the same on the ground as it does with an electrical charge. So I tend to think that's what we're looking at. And I think it's got to do with ages, with time. And I think this is sort of why, you know, so much information is hidden from us, because the biggest thing that is hidden is really time and the way that we look at time. And they try and make us think it's, you know, linear and all this kind of stuff, and talk about astrology and the ages. You know, it's all kook talk, right? You know, that's all, you know, sort of, that's for weird people. But I think that's what they're hiding, because we've just gone through a change of an age and look around. I mean, you reckon, you know, that energies haven't changed. And so I think that they know that. I think that they know about these events, and I think these are the resets. And they just know the timeline, and that's why they're, you know, who knows, at the moment they might be getting ready. We've got all these talks of dams and everything, you know, underground tunnels everywhere. It's all coming out. Right. And I think that the opportunist just won. So maybe, you know, last time this happened, they may have had prior knowledge, and so they hid away, left everyone else, you know, to fend for themselves. Most of the population got wiped out, and then after the mess, they're still in control. And so, you know, did they take babies or something, and hide them away and sort of raise them for a generation, and then, you know, sort of release them and sort of teach them of the new world, give them the new narrative, the new script. This is how it goes. This is how you're a nice, good worker, and you pay your taxes, and everything's good. So how do I go?
Yeah, I would be, I would be leaning to a lot of that actually now because it's really interesting that's kind of where I've kind of led myself to over the thinking of the last little while, and that's the sense of whoever took control of this reality, whoever sort of, whatever force or beings or whatever you want to call them, doesn't seem it took it by force. It more seems there was an advantage point that allowed them to jump in. And if they had the knowledge of what's going to come. Now, granted, if our human ancestors were so advanced to make these kind of buildings and to make these kind of cities and to use this kind of energy, you know, in one sense, well, they should know about this too. Why weren't they prepared? So it's also this. So that's why it's so challenging to, unless somehow someone, the technology. The only answer I can get to that is that the people, the group that had the extra technology didn't use it on humans. They changed the timeline of the event.
Now that's another thing that's been discussed a lot, is timelines. Michelle Gibson talked about that a bit.
Yeah, everyone expects the event to happen in 1800, but they crack it in 1700 before the humans are ready, kind of. Now that still fits everything we just said.
Yeah, well, and that's a big question: is how did the prior civilization fall, because they look so advanced, you know, and so in control. I mean, again, it could be to do with ages, and you know, if you look into sort of like the Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, Zep Tepi, you know, the sort of Egyptian Golden Age, you know, that could be part of it, as far as positive and negative energies, and as it sort of goes down and we become less, you know, spiritual, you know, more physical, that allows people to come in, you know, nefarious people to come in. I call them the whisperers, you know, to come and sort of whisper in the ears of people and start, you know, sort of spreading lies and rumors, and that can, we know that brings down civilizations. That's in our history. So that may be a part of it too. But I mean, the other question is, why are all the buildings so big? You know, is this even? I mean, I get the question: is this even our realm? Like, it's almost like these little people were brought into this big realm. You know, this place with over, that giants used to live in. It's like, oh no, this is your place. And a lot of the buildings are gone now, but obviously the World Fair buildings, the old New York railway station, places like this. But you look at pictures from the 1920s and 30s, and people look like midgets. It's ridiculous. All the cathedrals, the Vatican. Yeah. What's going on there?
Yeah, it's a really good subject, isn't it? You can just say, oh, well, they're building bigger to generate more energy. Well, okay, yeah, potentially true. But like you say, every part of the structures that could be used are not what we would classify as modern human size. And that makes no sense. And what's so interesting to me in the historical narrative, for anyone who doesn't know, I actually got a degree in history, and why I didn't ask any of these things while I was going through university boggles my mind. But is that the story of how our ancestors are so much smaller than us, right? They always like to present that, in the 1500s, everybody's small, they're tiny. It's now we're so big, and we're, modern medicine and achievement and whatever, technology makes us so much bigger. And that always made no sense to me at all, actually. Like, if anything, their food and their water and their air, everything would be cleaner. They should be stronger, bigger than us, actually. So right away, there was something wrong with the narrative. And it's like, well, why do they want to push the narrative of we are the biggest, strongest there's ever been? It's got to be a lie.
Yeah. I mean, and they're probably everywhere, but definitely in Perth, we have these old, like the sort of settler villages and stuff you get around, colonial villages, and they build these houses, and all these houses you go in, and the doorways are like 5.5 foot, just to give you that impression, that everyone's smaller. But you look back in time, and a lot of famous people at their heights are recorded, and they're not little. And they also do it to age. They say, oh, everyone lived, they died when they were 30 years old.
Right.
But you look back to the Greeks, and they're all living to their 80 and 90 and stuff, and it's like, hang on, you're just blatantly lying to me.
Have you ever had the chance, because I'm in Europe now, so I spent a lot of time with many native Indian medicine men while I was learning my stuff, and I wished I could go back and ask these guys questions about the history. And I'm wondering, since you're still in Australia, have you had the opportunity to go or know somebody who's connected to some Aboriginal elders and ask them, is there anything in the history?
Hopefully I'll have that opportunity soon. I know someone who's connected, and we've got sort of something going with some land. So yeah, I'm hoping that I'll get that opportunity soon. The ones that I've talked to was either before I was onto this, or they're just, a lot of a lot of them just don't have the knowledge. It's just been lost. They don't know, basically, if they've been raised in the cities, they don't know the stories anymore. No. It's a real shame. And that's obviously part of what they do. They go in and they wipe out the stories. We know what happened in South America and all these places. But this is the thing, because, Australia has these buildings. We have giant-sized buildings. There was world fairs in at least 4 cities.
Right.
I found another one literally in a town that's in the middle of the desert in WA, just in the middle of nowhere. Like, it's literally like 3 hours drive into the desert. It's just bizarre. So yeah, the natives must know something about this. So why don't they talk about it? Is it hidden? Do they know that it's sort of taboo, or are we talking again about it was just wiped out during one generation? Pretty much, this is a new story. If you talk about the old stuff, we'll kill you. If you tell it to your kids, we'll kill your kids. And that's how you stop it. That's how you stop information in one generation.
Yeah. Right.
And then the next generation, you just say, no, you just grew up in a hut over there and you had a stick, and that's the story. So
yeah, I know, of course, the how things were done to the natives in North America, and how easy it took once you got them on the reserve that was it. Their history was already getting to be destroyed. I know though that there's the medicine people I knew who were still far more advanced than I was, right? And still had access to a lot of knowledge, but even they claimed, but whatever they knew, the guys in the 1500s, they used to tell me, the medicine men of the 1500s were way far more advanced than they are. But there's still one or two people of every tribe that even the medicine people are afraid of. That literally, I was told a story by Dennis, a Chippewa medicine man, and he talked about that there were two elders that sort of existed for the entire Chippewa nation, so not just for their own little tribe. They were like 2 or 3 guys for the whole thing, and that almost nobody would ever be allowed to even talk to them because the level of knowledge, or I guess power, that they had was beyond. But even so, the medicine people I talked to were always testing me as a white person. Was I there to steal stuff? Was I there to try to take advantage of it? Or was I really trying to learn something? But I was always under a test. But to even they don't get to talk to these people. So that's the challenge is this. Some of this information might still exist in a few people in selected tribes around the world, but they know they have to keep they've had to hide it for the last 100 or 200 years or whatever. And so even if it's there, it's going to be difficult to gain the trust to even know if it exists.
Well, this is the thing, and I mean, I guess they probably don't want the nefarious people to know this stuff as well, because obviously great knowledge can be used against you. It's a bit of a sad situation, and this is the question: is what do they know, and why is it so? Why is it such a threat to why is history such a threat to the establishment? Why is it if you challenge history, you're just a kook, and everything is, like you said, everything's distorted. We were smaller and weaker, and if it's anything apart from the narrative, it's a fairy tale, and it's myths, all these stories. No, they're just legends and myths, like Troy. No, it's just a myth, until they found it.
Yeah.
So what it seems like is that where we are, this Earth was a much different, but much more fantastic, place as far as energy, as far as whatever you want to call it, magic, powers. I think there's a big possibility that there was more than one peoples or type of beings down here, because we see that as well. We used to actually have pygmies in Australia up into the 50s, but I think they've wiped them all out. So there's small people, there's big people, there's middle people. It's almost like Lord of the Rings a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's when I first started studying my ancient Egyptian stuff 20 years ago. That was the first thing I ran into head on, was that there was a period that what was going on is we had a period of time where human power was at a height. Human ability was at a height. And I saw right away that everything is designed to downplay that. Either it's all done by copper tools and slaves pulling stones, or it's aliens, it's something else. It can't just be human power, human potential, because if that's what gets presented, people today would start saying, well, why aren't we doing that today? Why are we living in this crap? Why are we living in this crap society when we could be building and living in this stuff? And if people knew that, there would be this call to either how do we get the power back or what happened to it? And as long as you make the past look stupid, this idea of evolution, this concept that we have to be the best because that's what the system tells us it is, no one starts asking, well, actually, is that true? Maybe we're at the bottom now, and how do we get out?
It's almost that smugness, isn't it? Like if evolution is we started off as amoebas and went to monkeys and all this kind of stuff, and now we're the biggest and the strongest and the smartest, and we're so technological. Just ignore the war and the poverty and all that kind of stuff.
Just keep talking, Campbell. I'm going to let my cat out. Just keep going. Tell the people.
No worries, yeah. And so all these people, they think that they're the best, and they think that, you know, they've got all these degrees and all this information. And basically, so they walk around with smugness on their face. And when you do that, when you think you know everything, you can't question anything.
No, you can't.
So,
Or if you question it, there's something wrong with you.
yeah, that's what they like to tell you. But, you know, it's like I used to always tell my kids, it's, you know, the people who know everything, they're the most stupid people around. You know, they have to be, right? Because they can't learn anything. Like, you know, they can't ask questions. They can't move, you know, them from their mental perspective. But
No, and I mean, and that blew me away when, like I say, when I was doing my research, and once you would come up with those granite blocks on the Giza Plateau or at Abu Sir or whatever that are so perfectly rounded and smooth and, you know, have the laser cuts in them, and they say, oh yeah, copper tools. But you actually have, there's only like 2 places in the world today with laser diamond technology that can actually create this today. And oh no, copper tools. These are, like you say, the experts. These are the people who are supposed to be telling the world answers, and they can't get past that. They're so indoctrinated into the idea, and so it's interesting to see how that happens, because it's so obvious when you look at it.
it is, and I mean, they've got the letters behind their name, haven't they? So they're, you know, they're important people. You know, apart from the fact that, you know, if they spoke out, they would, you know, lose their jobs and their income and everything. But most of them are just, they get sort of caught up in this. Look at me, I'm so important. I've got the truth. And of course, everyone else around who's smug, because this is, you know, education. We're taught to look outside of ourselves for the answers. We, you know, here's your teacher. They'll give you the answers. So when we grow up, we look for the experts. You know, oh, that's the expert. You know, that's, what's his name? Hawass.
Right.
You know, he knows everything. So I'm just going to repeat what he says, and that makes me smart.
So that'll take us back. So let's take us back to the fairs then, talking about as potential indoctrination centers and indoctrination centers of our history. And I'll just give you a couple of the rides that existed at the St. Louis World's Fair in 1904 for the people just who don't know this. There were like 100 of these rides, but I'm just going to give you a couple of them here. One was ancient Rome. Yeah. So they had ancient Rome. They had 400 actors used to give the illusion the time of going back to the gladiators. They had an arena. They had a hippodrome with chariot races, jousting, gladiatorial chases with 200 persons, 20 animals, including tigers, lions, and leopards. The finale was a reproduction of Nero's Rome burning. That's an exhibit at the St. Louis World's Fair. How about Jerusalem, which had 22 streets, 300 buildings, replicated the stable Jesus is said to be born, the Golden Gate, the Mosque of Omar, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Let's continue. 1,000 people traveled from Jerusalem to participate and work at the exhibit. You could walk down the streets of Cairo, where you'd smoke a water pipe, ride a camel, or walk through a replica of Luxor Temple. At the streets of Seville, you would have a replica of the Plaza de Torres in Madrid and the Gypsy Lane of Barcelona. The Great Siberian was a train ride that allowed you to cross the entire Russian railway. So it's like it would take you all day. You would feel like the train was moving, then it would stop, like the scenery would move past you, the doors would open, and you would be at a different town, somewhere on the Siberian Railroad, and then while the train was supposedly moving, they would move all the stuff, put together a new town to make you think you had stopped somewhere else. You also had Paris, replica of downtown Paris. You had a replica of an Irish village. You had a replica of Constantinople, the Chinese village, the old St. Louis, more and more and more. That's just the St. Louis World's Fair. That
is unbelievable, isn't it? That is seriously like introducing a new history, a new story. His story.
Totally. They figured you need 50, 60,000 actors to portray all the parts. And if you're one of the people, and say, I was saying that, of course, the poor aren't going to whatever poor people you're classifying. Let's say it's not a total re-indoctrination, that there are cities at this point. The poor can't go to these. So it's only people who have a fairly decent income, heightened society, which means all the school teachers will be there, all the university teachers will be there, anybody who's in any kind of position, people who write books, who produce books, the people who have access to presenting the narrative to the next generation will all be going there. So even if they're not themselves trying to do anything, conspiratorial, if they're trusting that the thing they're going to is presenting them the honest history, then of course they're going to want to present when they go back to their school to teach their kids, oh, let me tell you what ancient Rome was really like. I just saw it at the St. Louis World's Fair, and all of a sudden the snowball is going to roll that whatever these fairs were presenting historically is going to get into the minds of the people who are there, who will present it to the next generation. And all of a sudden when the books come, well, that has to be right. But it was when I dug into that, it was colossal. It had to be massive to put this off.
And all they have to do is, 20, 30 years earlier, just sort of start, putting a few articles or little books out mentioning Rome and Egypt, and they don't have to say much, picture of a pyramid and Egypt written next to it, and people are like, oh, and they want the more information. And like you say, when it's given to you in that sort of surrounding, you're like, oh, that's the truth. It's like like now we have encyclopedias and all this kind of stuff to go to get the answers, don't we? But they're all written by these universities, the one song. It's yeah.
So it makes me wonder, like you say, were these fairs what you might call the indoctrination points of all of our modern thinking? And that literally before the fairs started, what actually did people think or believe about the world? And like you say, then you add the whole society thing that was placed in there of the levels of different races and how they operate and what kind of foods you should be eating and what kind of diets you should have and the baby incubators and the whatever, just these huge societal areas that are, again, teaching a way of thinking. And so, yeah, to me, it had to be like a gigantic either teaching or indoctrination center. And like you say, this is perfect. It's like a traveling, when you don't have television or movies or whatever else to do it, it's like a traveling historical teaching show going around the world presenting a narrative.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, if obviously there's been, devastation, we see it everywhere, sort of plasma events or mud floods. So, if the population was devastated and you leave that for a couple of generations, you would literally have people everywhere who really don't know what the hell is going on. They wouldn't even know what the country was called that they're in. They'd just be in survival mode for a few generations. And then it's quite easy to introduce, oh, this is the world before then, this is how it was. And then over the time, you just sort of take out the mud, the cataclysm in the middle.
Right.
And it just turns into this fluid history. But clearly, when you look at it, it doesn't make sense. And this is one thing that Jay Widener was saying, that he said he was watching a video about, is this what's the word, like a projected reality? Is this all
a simulation thing?
Simulation, that's the word. Yeah, it's a simulation. And these people were saying that the best way to find out would be to look at the past, because if the past doesn't make sense and if there's cracks in it, that probably means you're in a simulation, because they would have spent a lot more time on getting the present correct and sort of left, faults in the past. So I mean, that's, I guess, another way to look at it. Is this just a big simulation? And I guess any way you look at it, it is a big simulation, because like we were just saying, if they introduce a narrative and a story and we all believe that, and then we project that out and live into that story, well, that's a simulation, isn't it?
Right.
They've sort of changed our, like you said, our perspective of who we are and our actual power. And it's like, here's your story. Believe that, you're a worker. This is your job, this is, and you mentioned camels, in 1851 in the USA.
Right.
How did they get there? Because I've been thinking about horses in Australia. They say, oh, no horses. They all came by ship. Right. Back in the 1700s, these tiny ships that took between 6 and 9 months to get here. So we're talking horses standing up, not being able to run around for 6 to 9 months. I mean, is that even possible?
Yeah. It's like at the Chicago World's Fair, for example, as an example, the world sent like tons of materials, like tons. So like the German exhibits, for just example, one country, I can't remember, would have been like 3 or 4 boats worth of stuff, right? When the fair ended, though, all these, and some of this stuff is supposed to be priceless, like, priceless porcelains, priceless artwork, priceless whatever. They all sent to display at the fair. When the fair's over, all these countries pretty much said, yeah, it's too expensive to just keep it. Yeah, we don't want it anymore. Just keep it. And that was the story as to why they had to keep the one building. They turned into the Chicago Field Museum, which was to house all of the stuff that they couldn't send back to all the other countries that had been part of the World's Fair. That's the story.
Wow.
And so it's just, and it was the same with the San Francisco World's Fair in 1915. Again, almost every country in the world in the middle of World War I sent stuff to the San Francisco World's Fair, would have all had to come on ships at a time when German U-boats are blowing up ships at random in the ocean. You would think, we're going to pass on sending a lot of priceless stuff to the San Francisco Fair this year. But no, that didn't seem to be a problem. Just get it on the ships and send it over. And nothing apparently got damaged in any way, shape, or form on the transport. So it's all of even things like that. Every time I dig into something about the fairs, it's something that just doesn't make sense.
No, that sounds like there was a full functioning civilization worldwide, and all that stuff was already in the Americas.
It would have to be.
And they've got it, and then they've just decided this is cool stuff. We'll keep this amount. We'll let the public see this stuff. Is probably more to the point.
Right.
We'll take all the good tech away.
Right.
But yeah, like you said, I mean, that's just a crazy story. I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's because of course we are in the middle of living history right now. Like, we're talking about history 150 years ago or whatever this time, but we're actually living it right now. Like, this is, and it makes me wonder so much, like 50 years from now, depending on how this goes, how are the history books going to display this particular period of our time, as I try to put my mindset into, well, what were the writers in 1900 writing about history in the first World Fairs and what's going on then? And it's kind of like I'm trying to put myself 50 years in the future. What's going to be said about this period?
They will not believe anything that, oh my gosh. But this is, I mean, and I've mentioned this quite a few times in videos, is that, this really is a time that we need to, take control back and use intention and create the world and get rid of this story, because that's all that really is happening at the moment. Is they're just introducing a new story, a new narrative, and trying to get people to believe it and live into it. And as long as people do that, then that will happen. But if people don't do it, if we all decide to build our own story, our story instead of his story, then we can change it. But this is the thing: what will we be the crazy ones or the ones that actually change? Because as we know, it's always the crazy ones that change things, isn't it?
But that's why people, why am I still talking about the fairs? Why do we still have these conversations? And to me, it's because what you just said is highly likely what these fairs were about. They were about creating the narrative that everyone needed to believe. And if everyone believed the narrative, that would be what would come in place. And if you didn't believe it, we have all these giant insane asylums that we just send you to, and you just stay in there till you either believe the story or die. And that doesn't surprise me if we're seeing a repeat, just in a little higher technological version right now.
Yeah, well, exactly. Look around what's going on. It's been said, it's been said on TV that, they want certain people to be silenced and hunted down and re-educated. Re-educated, which is exactly what we've been talking about. Given a new story and you believe this, or you get locked up.
Yeah,
you're a crazy one. So it seems like the song remains the same, doesn't it? Like that, it really seems like they've only got one narrative, one way to get us, one way of controlling us. And that's just by getting us to believe their story and to go along with it. And as soon as we stop doing that, you know, and this is why they're hiding the past, isn't it? Because if we all knew that we could build these great societies working together, maybe we'd all look at each other as, you know, as something good and something, you know, with potential to go further. But instead, they've got us looking at each other as the enemy.
Right.
And somehow half the people are looking at them, you know, the government and other organisations, as the people that are going to save them. So they've really sort of split it down the middle, haven't they? And
anyone who knows who's involved in any kind of team sport, you know, one of the first jobs you have as a coach is to get all of your players to believe in whatever system you want to use. Because if half the team wants one system and half the team wants the other system, then it doesn't matter what kind of talent you're carrying. You're going to have chaos. You're going to have problems. You're going to have serious difficulties. But you can take a lesser talented group of people who all say, okay, we're going to follow. This is what we're going to do. We believe in this, and we're going forward. They can create great things in the course of a season because they're all on the same page. And it's this dual thing, like you're saying. If the group that's trying to run the show gets everyone to believe one narrative, then that narrative is going to gain tremendous power because of the mental energy, the mental projection. Because I get the sense a lot of this reality is just a projection. Whatever's in human minds, just whatever we project out, that's reality. And so if you can get enough people believing a certain reality, that's what you're going to get. And like you say, the opposite. If enough people decide to produce a different mental state, they'll produce a different reality, a different narrative. And it's all about really the whole thing that's going on, and maybe has always gone on here for a long time, is just control of perception. Control of human. If you control human perception, that's how you control or shape the reality. And that's what all this is about.
I agree totally. Awesome. And just as a last note as well, isn't it interesting that all this information's come out at this point? I mean, seriously, this is all 5 years old, maybe at the most, as far as all this kind of new information.
Right.
If you mentioned World Fairs 10 years ago, no one would know what you were talking about. And where are all these pictures and photos? You know, they've sort of appeared. Were they always there? Or, you know, I've sort of wondered about that as well. You know, why did no one come across them before? You have all these historians. So I find it very interesting that it suddenly popped out at this time in history, at this time, you know, that we're changing ages. Is this kind of like a tap on the shoulder, like hang on, guys, this has happened to you before and look where you've got. It might be time to, you know, make a different decision because these people are trying to control you. Here's the proof. Look what happened, you know.
Yeah, very interesting to just try to think about how all this stuff relates to where we are right now, because I feel that's the focal point, and that's the direction that all of us as researchers, I kind of feel that, you know, yourself and Michelle and John and everyone's doing really good research in various fields, but we're all finding different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. And the most important part is how can we fit those pieces together to start showing a much larger picture. And so that's something I'm really hoping that, like, as I see more and more of these kind of collaborative interviews happening, that's what's going on. That now, well, at the beginning we were maybe kind of on our own doing our own thing, that we kind of are seeing we have to do this as a much bigger group, because that's the only way we'll get a fuller scope of what's going on and what has gone on.
Definitely. I agree with that totally. You know, I've said it before, you know, we're all part of the puzzle. All got to put our own piece in, and that way we'll get to see, you know, the picture together. It's definitely it's not a sort of popularity contest, that's for sure.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you for spending some time with us, Howie. That was really good. Yeah. And I would like to get you back. You know, it might be good to organise, you know, a roundtable of some kind and get a few of us on it. And because, like you've mentioned, it really is time. We've got all this information, all these facts, all this evidence. So now let's start piecing together a story, an outcome, and a path forward.
Sounds good.
Awesome. All right. Well, you have an awesome day.
Thanks, Ken. You too. And we will stay in touch and
definitely will.
Take it easy.
Thanks, mate. Talk soon.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell and this is Autodidactic Channel.
Hope you're all having a fabulous day. And today I wanted to take a bit of a look at the 1904 World's Expo and some of the expositions that they had there, and how it was all about introducing the new narrative basically to the new population. So what we have on the screen here though is a map. Now this is from 1497, might be an I, hard to tell with this one. And this is obviously of the Americas. Now if we come down to the tip of South America here, first of all you'll see Tierra de Patagones, and these are, as you'll see here, Gigantum Regio, so the region of the giants. And clearly you can see that these guys are much larger than this guy. And also something else we see in so many of these old maps is, this channel, how close South America is to, this landmass, what we're told is Antarctica. And it's called Tierra de Magellan's Meridian, so Magellan's Meridian here. It's normally called Terra del Fuego, like the land of fire though. And of course Terra de is land of, so yeah, land of the Patagons. And up here you can just see how built out all these circles of cities, just everywhere. But we do have these depictions, of the natives are looking very primitive, these people. As you can see, it looks like we've got a bit of cannibalism as well drawn in here. I've got the region of Brazil. We've got a very big dog here. But yeah, just cities everywhere. Look at this river. I'm guessing that's the Amazon. That's huge. And then basically, yeah, so we've got all the way through Central America, cities everywhere. This is, I'm guessing, Tiwanaku, the city in the lake where Moctezuma was taken out. And as you'll see here, California is still partly an island, California there. And then up here, all this is unexplored at the moment, but you can see there's all these different peoples, or, what they like to call tribes, already inhabiting this whole area. We have this familiar scene, these people flying in with their technasmia, or, should we say, coming in by water. And up here we have Norimberga, or Norimberga as it's spelled here. And this is, it looks like it's a region here. It's normally talked of as a city. A big city. There's some interesting descriptions of it. Buildings with domes and pillars, people wearing, gold armbands and things, and seeming fairly advanced. So that was there in this map. And of course, yeah, they've only just sort of come down the side here. And I'm guessing this is New York up here somewhere, or New Amsterdam as it was called. So yeah, just thought I'd show that map. I'll leave a link to this in the description as well, so go and check it out. It's quite interesting. I'm not sure what it says down here. It's got a different date. I-562. Well, there you go. Alright, so let's jump in and check out the exhibitions at the 1904 World's Fair. Okay, so here we just have, this is a Patagonian. It was marked as, obviously, a Native American looking person. And these people were basically put on display, is what was going on in 1904, and put on display by these people. So this is actually, I'm not sure which one, but one of them is Franklin D. Roosevelt's wife. One of these ladies, I'm guessing. And this is, of course, all the gentry, the top hat men, who are sitting around, who have reclaimed all this architecture that they found, this city. And what do? They go and collect up as many different peoples as they can, and they display them to, to give us a new narrative, basically. These are from the Philippines, these people. And of course, look, they're in shackles. Look at that. So they're prisoners, they're slaves. This guy doesn't look like he's in shackles, maybe on his hands, not sure. But they basically have to stand there and do what they're told and, give this new narrative. And it's interesting that they use Filipino people. That's a story I will get into in another video. Japanese people, this is all from the same World's Fair, guys. So this is introducing the Japanese and, of course, how they should look. Because this is a thing. This is what we think of as Japanese, the geisha girls and the typical Japanese look. But when you look into Japan and the peoples there, these aren't the traditional Japanese people. A people called the Anu, A-N-U, are the traditional Japanese people. And they're different because they grow full beards and things that, they're not light skinned, so they're not dark skinned. They're the same, similar color, but yeah, different kind of people and different traditions and everything. This is pretty sure again was marked Patagonian. Of course, it's hard to tell if this is a giant or not. But just put on display literally for the world to see at the World's Expo. This guy was marked as a shaman. Isn't that a shaman? And yeah, they just, give him a few things to hold, dress him up, and say stand there and look like an Indian shaman. And of course, look what he's wearing. Leather boots, these suit pants, I guess, proper tailored shirt. And then they hang an animal skin around him to make him look, like a savage. So whose clothes are these? Is this really what the Indians were wearing? Because this is what this looks like, is they're introducing this look. Here, this is, again, Patagonians. Again, hard to tell how big they are. This guy is standing on steps looking very sneaky, isn't he? He looks like that. What was that guy from the Wacky Races? The bad guy. But yeah, they're not looking very happy, are they? Got a dog here, looking pretty, I don't know. Oh, here you go, Patagonian, and it says giants, Patagonian giants. So, I mean, it's hard to tell because this guy's in the background. But who knows? They could be fairly tall. This one, I think it was just an Indian, a Native American. I'm not sure which tribe. But again, look at this, what's that, a tunic? It doesn't look like what we're told the, so-called natives were wearing. This is another Indonesian exhibition at the World's Fair. And of course, again, they've got to sit up and they've got to play music and act the part. This is where we live, this is what we wear, this is our instruments. We're pretty primitive because it's all just wood and string. But is that the truth, or is this a narrative that's being introduced because they may have gone in and, the old world may have been destroyed, let's just say that. Again, Native American Indians. This guy is called a chief. He doesn't look old enough to be a chief though, does he? Not really. And this is another thing they had was Indians, as in from the subcontinent. And again, we've got this narrative introduced. All got their turbans on and everything and all their... I mean, look at this. This looks like they've just gone in and robbed something and just whacked all the stuff around. We have the controllers or the puppet masters pulling the strings up here. And again, India again is one of these places, full of old world architecture, but clearly it was taken over by the British, who went in and destroyed the culture, and then they give us a new one, a new narrative. This is the cave dwellers, or cliff dwellers, 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis, Missouri. So that's where this all is, St. Louis, Missouri. And this, I think John Levi showed this a while ago, and was questioning, was this literally just a melted building that they'd sort of chipped a few bits off to get inside it? Because I don't know what they're saying they made this from, but it's pretty bizarre. But that's showing the cliff dwellers. There's actually, I've got a better picture of it. There's actually houses and caves and things. Now I believe these are Patagonians as well. I'm not sure. This is 1880. Maybe this is from a different World's Fair. But same thing, we've got the controller here in his hat. And they've brought people in, dressed them up in skins, given them some primitive things, and put them in front of a picture, a backdrop of the bush, or, jungle. And yeah, that's their display. This is what these people are. They're primitive because they don't wear hats and have little canes. Again, now these guys were Indian, but yeah, sort of Central American, Mexican, sort of Indian types. You can see by the artwork here. Of course, these were North American Indians, the traditional, Plains Indian that we're told about. We've got the teepee in the background, of course, in front of a big wooden structure, but let's not notice that. And yeah, just all in their garb and all posing in their little, and literally they're in an exhibition. This would be the back fence of the exhibition. Just like animals, literally. Now this one I just whacked in because it's just sort of introducing carriages. This was an exhibition inside. And, we've got all these stories and we've had all this information about vehicles, powered vehicles, sort of pre-1700s. Or, pre-1800s, during the 1700s, 1600s. So again, was that tech that they either didn't know how to work or they wanted to get rid of? And so they're saying, well, here you go. This is really what everyone uses now. It's just horse and carriage. Now this one, I think they're saying that these guys are Mongolians, I believe. But you can see again, it's just a complete setup scene. Photo opportunity. This is what these people look like. This is their traditional dress, their hats, their everything. And of course the controllers in the foreground here, making sure it's a good photo op. This is Mexican miner, and of course has to have the sombrero on, right? Because all Mexicans do. That's what they want us to believe. And he's got his little mine going here. Pretty primitive, but at least you can mine. And of course in the background again, the hat men. Okay, so this is a pic of a Patagonian where you can see this guy looks rather large. Now this guy may be small, I don't know. If he's normal size, back in the day, just say he's 5'8" or so, 5'6", then this guy's got, he'd be a 7-footer. So not huge, but, fairly big guy. And they just dressed him up in tattered clothes and giving him this blanket that we see all through South America, this sort of design. Pygmies. This was marked as pygmies, and this is a pygmy hut. As you can see, it doesn't at all look like a couple of guys have just whacked some sticks together and covered it in bark. No, that's where pygmies live. And I've got another picture of a pygmy coming up. This is, of course, the traditional Plains Indians being introduced to the world. Not looking too happy about it. Probably lost all their lands, all their tech, everything, and now they have to stand here and look like this. Now, I was looking for this. This is clearly from a book, but I couldn't find the book. So I'll keep looking for it because it's obviously a book of photos from the World's Fair. Not sure. Ohio. It is from Ohio, 1904. And again, this is Eskimos introduced. Same thing, introducing the narrative. But yeah, that book. If anyone has it, let me know. Again, this is how we build houses. And this looks like they know what they're doing, and this could be, their traditional housing. After the cataclysm, they got reset and they were living in these. But clearly you can see this is in the World's Fair, and they're just building an exhibition. Again, to introduce a narrative. And this is just a page. I'll leave these links as well for you. This one's just a search for anthropology 1904 World's Fair, and you can see like they literally had an anthropology section, and this is, they just introduced all the different, and I think we saw that one, the Singaporeans, not Singaporeans, Indonesians. We've got another pygmy here, and they really just sort of introduce this story of, these are these people, this is how they look, this is how they dress, this is a Pawnee Indian, and they come from certain areas, and this is their housing, and really sort of solidifying. Look at this, Kickapoo Indian. This guy, he's a Caucasian. What is going on there? Look at that guy, that's a Caucasian guy. He's got a moustache, not looking Indian. He's got his horns on, his bow, and just completely dressed up like a native Indian. And this photo in Wiki Commons, Kickapoo Indian. I always thought that was a, rather unfortunate name. Maybe they should just call them the Smelly Feet. But yeah, this is the same thing. Like this, just there's so much of it. These are the Igorots from the Philippine Reservation in the Department of Anthropology. And again, they just get them out there, give them their clothes, tell them what to do. As we saw before, some of them were shackled. So, God knows what went on there. It was pretty much, no doubt, do what you're told or pay the consequences. More, at the playground. So this is the question. Is this all just a false narrative that's been introduced? Because you can see there's just all these different, peoples and races of peoples, and it's all about their dress, but they're clearly set up photos. Just like we see in the Civil War photos and things. Pygmies. There you go. This guy's stolen his hat from someone. Maybe it was his hat and they just couldn't get it off him. Got a Russian guy here now. I'm just looking for one of a pygmy. They showed a pygmy with chiseled teeth, filed down teeth, and and was saying that he was a cannibal. But as you can see, this is all photos from the World's Fair Anthropology Department introducing the new narrative. This is the Cliff Dwellers. Okay, the Pueblo people. And isn't this great? We've got this, and straight into the dirt as well, this light pole running off electricity, and electric wires going across to this cliff dwell thing that they've made here. So, what is this? Did they build this? They could have built this. It doesn't, but it's 2-story. It's got to be structurally sound. Maybe they've just covered old buildings. Who knows? But again, just a massive photo opportunity. This is where we live, Ladder Lane Central. They could build 2 stories, but they never worked out how to build stairways. Oh, that's great. So yeah, this is what I sort of wanted to show you. All these pictures of these different, Indians, different peoples, and they just show you this is how they look. Pawnee Indians, and these guys wear the big hats and, have their pigtails and things. So they called, braids. So yeah, just all a population introduced at the 1904 World's Fair. So I'll leave a link to this page so you can go through all these photos yourself. Spear throwing contest of the Igorot warriors. They're from the Philippines again. Now, the Philippines, I'll mention again, that's actually a big part of this story. And I will be putting that video out. I've mentioned it a few times. There's some pretty interesting information I've come across, and I will get that done soon. About the Philippines and why they have these Philippine exhibitions in America. Out of all, obviously they've got the Americas, They've got India, because that was a big thing at the time, and Japan, because they'd basically just gone in and taken those countries over. But why the Philippines? And this is just, I mean, look at the architecture. You know, this is what it was. You know, bridge leading to the Philippine reservations, anthropology department. I mean, that's ridiculous. Look at this. Look at the work. Are they lights? I think they're lights under the arches. Light bulbs all the way across. Look at this massive, I mean, and how old does that look? Massive Greco-Roman front on it. Lights all up and down the bridge. Where are the wires running? Yeah, wow, hey? And here we have Roosevelt's cabin. I'm guessing that's him or an actor playing him, Franklin D. Roosevelt. And of course, you know, this is introducing, you know, the frontiersman kind of narrative. You know, the log cabin, very traditional, you know, all the nice dead animals everywhere, you know, because he's a big hunter man, you know, because killing nature is good, right? And so that's this narrative. And of course, we even have over here one of the actual natives, you know, standing like he's one of the servants. So again, this is all introducing a narrative, you know, this is, and no doubt this is put up as, you know, this is what a man's supposed to be, right? Yeah, I'm a big tough man. And the wife sits down and goes, yeah, he's big tough man. And this picture here is very interesting because it says Dormitory B or Liggett Hall, Washington University, on the grounds of the 1904 World's Fair. And as you can see, this is a complete mud flooder. And of course, I mean, look at the ground here. They've clearly been doing construction and grading it. I'm not sure what this is, a bucket or something, but yeah, just check out these windows that go straight into the ground. Everywhere. The whole way around. So this is clearly a sunken building. Now, curious to see that these steps are already put in to go up to the second level. So I'm not sure if that's new or, you know, what time period this was done. But clearly, I mean, this is a work site. So they say this is the 1904 World's Fair, Chicago, the site for it. But this building was clearly already there. So this is the thing, and this is what we're saying about the World's Fairs, is they weren't built, they were found cities, reclaimed and used, you know, touted, named as World Expos, and basically what they were was the sayonara, the goodbye to the old world, the sort of last hurrah, if you like, and at the same time introducing, you know, the new population into the new paradigm and the new history and all that kind of stuff. And this is another one, a view of the physical culture building, later the Francis Gymnasium, Washington University, during construction for the 1904 World's Fair, 10th December 1903. And as you can see, this is very similar to the last picture. Clearly they're doing, you know, groundworks, grading kind of works. We've got bits of, this looks like bits of pipe. See down the front here? Bits of pipe laying around. So has that been ripped out in the grading? Because it doesn't look new and ready to go in. You know, and this is, again, you know, the kind of, oh gosh, I don't know what that is. Looks like a hanging frame. But all the tech is wood, you know, bits of wood here, bits of wood there. But look at this building in the background. And again, you know, these windows are going straight into the ground. So this is the thing. And of course, I mean, look at that place. It looks like a castle. So they want us to believe that they were building buildings like this for a World's Fair that then they knocked over. And of course, the narrative is that these weren't even built of stone. They were just built of plaster and chalk, basically, a bit of wood. and they whacked them up and then knocked them over. Or so they say. And look, they do have the Ainu as well as the Japanese, and of course the Ainu are seem to be the natives, the actual natives of Japan, and as you can see, they grow big thick beards, which the Japanese people don't tend to do. So there we go, the Ainu people, and they are weaving. And here's another one, and as you can see, Ainu group Aborigines of Japan. So, you know, the native peoples of Japan. And again, the men are sporting their full beards. The women actually used to get their mouths tattooed as well, but I can't see any of them here. So yeah, the Ainu and the Japanese. So I'm not sure how they, you know, sort of got around that, two different peoples from one land, but they were obviously both there in the exhibitions. And there is just so many of these pictures. And these are all from the Department of Anthropology, 1904 World's Fair. All different people, you know, all the, you know, so-called native peoples from around the world in their traditional garb and costumes. And just everything. And these are just really, I mean, that's the image that, you know, we're given, isn't it, of a Plains Indian with the feathers and everything, and they're just very sort of archetypal pictures. And I'm just going down to see if I can find that cliff dwelling picture I wanted to show you. Here's a pic of the actual building. As you can see, this place was massive. And I mean, the people are tiny. You can see how big the people are here compared to this building. And this is like, look at the picture. It's like it's dot matrix printed. It's all dots. But I mean, look at this. Everything is just perfect. And they say, you know, it's all built out of, you know, plaster and stuff for temporary buildings, even though they've got domes. But what about the bridges? You know, and the edges of the pools and the fountains. You know, if there's water going through it, it's not made of plaster. Here we have some Igorots in their rice fields in the Philippine Reservation, Department of Anthropology. And look at this. They've just dug out a little pond, made a little rice paddy field for them, and they just have to sit there and pretend to farm it while people look at them like they're zoo exhibitions. And this is the other picture I was looking for of the cliff dwelling exhibit from 1904. And as you can see, just looking very much like a building down here. These arches and, you know, the windows. So what do you reckon? Was this constructed to look like this, or is this some kind of old world building that, I don't know, might have been melted or half broken, or not really sure about this one. It's very, very strange. Now, the other thing about these cliff dwellers is they also had them. This is the 1893, I think. Yeah, 1893 Chicago, this one is. And again, this cliff dwelling exhibit, which, I don't know, it's pretty strange, isn't it? So I'm not sure if, I mean, I guess if anything could be made of plaster, it could be this, but I mean, it has to be strong enough, because that's, you know, 4 stories tall, and there's people up the top there. So it's pretty interesting, but this, these cliff dwelling exhibits, they were in lots of the fairs. These are all different, I mean, you know, not all different, but a few different exhibits of all of cliff dwellers. Got this one, so they were at least 3 different fairs. So, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. What do you reckon, guys? Is this all introducing, you know, the narrative of, you know, these people come from this land, these people come from this land, this is what they look like, this is how they dress, this is what they do? Because that's kind of what it looks like, you know, the introduction of the new world, and obviously introduced to the new society. Now, you know, the people in hats may have known what was going on, but all the, you know, the visitors, and, you know, a lot of those were probably, you know, orphan people. It was just, yeah, basically education for them, because we know that they actually did like have education, like things for kids and that, where they'd go with these little passes and get them ticked for learning certain things. So it was a full-on, you know, education, you know, re-education camp, really, is what it looks like. And because every single one of these pictures is a posed, you know, it's a posed picture. They're all set up, every single one of them. And how did they bring all these people into America? Where did they get them all from? I mean, you can't tell me they were coming willingly. What did they do? Just fly, you know, get a ship and just go and steal people? Very interesting. And also down here, I'll leave this link for this page. We've got plans of where all the different exhibitions were in all the different buildings. And you can see it, like just there, 1, 2, 3, that's 5 different buildings there. So this place was enormous, as you can see. There's some really good photos in here too, so check them out. Oh, this is the one that I was going to show you of the pygmy. Let's see. Come on, pygmy. It says Ota Benga, sharpened teeth with spears. Before they were saying he was a cannibal. So, let's see if we can see. You can't really but see his teeth. How they've all been sharpened, you know. Pretty interesting. So I'm not sure where they got him. Not sure who they did that. Oh, here we go. Pygmy. 1904, Missouri Historical Society, part of the Louisiana Purchase. He was also a feature at the Bronx Zoo. Wow. The Bronx Zoo, hey? Or I might have to have a look into that, but not in this video because we've gone long enough. But I won't go into that in this video because it's gone a bit long already. And another thing I did find, which I'll also look into, is this. Olympic Games. I never knew. St. Louis, 1904. Same year as the World's Fair. And women's boxing. So it looks like the Olympics were actually at the World's Fair as well. So I will delve into that as well. So there you go, guys. Hope you enjoyed that one. Leave me a comment and a like. Of course, if you haven't subscribed already, make sure you do so. And random acts of kindness will come your way. So yeah, also, thank you to everyone who supports this channel already, you know, by liking, sharing, and, especially everyone who does support me, through PayPal, Patreon, and my merch store. And if you would like to help out, financially, there are links below in the description. Thanks for spending some time with me, guys. Stay awesome, because you are, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.
Remember, in the end, nobody wins unless everybody wins.
In 1904, St. Louis, Missouri was host to one of the greatest fairs in the world, called the Louisiana Purchase Exposition. It celebrated the centennial of the purchase of Louisiana in 1803. The fair, also called the St. Louis World's Fair, was held on a 12-acre tract of land that is now Forest Park. The exposition opened April 30th, 1904, and ran until December the 1st, 1904. It was the first World's Fair to turn a profit. It featured the participation of 62 nations, 43 US states, and the federal government. The fair comprised more than 1,500 individual buildings interconnected by 75 miles of roads and walkways. The infrastructure and buildings required 3 years to construct. A special exposition company was created for coordinating this process, and nearly the entire population of St. Louis was involved in the work. The scale of the plan was so immense that the fair, originally scheduled for 1903, had to be delayed by 1 year. The Louisiana Purchase Exposition was designed to celebrate major human advancements since the Louisiana Purchase 100 years before. Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell. This is Autodidactic. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And today we're going to look at, of course, the St. Louis Exposition from 1904 that was apparently built in 3 years on a 1,200-acre site, hundreds of buildings. And these World's Fairs also look like they were the place where they were introducing the new culture, right? The culture that's been around for the last 100, 150 years that we find ourselves in. This consumerism culture, you know, all these companies were introduced, a lot of new technologies like lighting, electricity, automobiles, the Olympic Games are tied to the World's Fairs, different, you know, types of foods and food companies, like just so much stuff. So we're going to have a look at that as well and what they were displaying in 1904 in St. Louis. But before we do, please give me a like, subscribe if you haven't already, hit the bell for notifications, and leave me a comment. It all helps with the algorithm. And coming up is just a short ad for your perusal. We all want to live a healthier, more natural life. And after the last few years, many of us are a little wary of doctors and their wares. So, in my opinion, it's a good idea to learn how to grow your own. That's right, grow your own medicinal plants. But how do you do that? Well, you do it with the complete natural pharmacy for your backyard. Now, this garden medicinal kit actually comes with the seeds you'll need. It comes with the seeds of 10 easy to grow plants that you can grow in your garden. And then it also shows you how to turn these plants into salves, tinctures, teas, etc., that you can use to heal yourself and your family naturally. There's yarrow, the backyard wound healer. Marshmallow, which is great for any digestive issues you might be having. Evening primrose, a natural remedy for skin and nerves. And echinacea, which is the most powerful immunity plant, and everyone should be growing it, and much more. So click the link below in the description and find out some more information of how you can start to grow your own medicinal herbs and start to take charge of your own and your family's health. Click the link below and start to heal yourself naturally. The electric light, then a recent innovation, was used extensively for illuminating the Louisiana Purchase Exposition. The fair was designed to reflect an ideal utopian society of the future. Each zone was meticulously planned with a specific purpose, and the displays were divided into 12 categories. Each category was housed in a structure called the palace. Those imposing structures supported massive columns and spire towers and wore an ornamental look that rivaled the embellishments of an actual palace. The largest of all of the facilities was the Palace of Agriculture, which occupied about 20 acres. The fairground featured architectural masterpieces, broad boulevards, curved bridges, and landscaped waterways and vistas. The fair provided an opportunity for visitors to learn about the wonders and cultures from around the world. Each of the exhibits was designed to be entertaining as well as educational. The exhibits not only displayed the items, but also the processes that were involved in their making. The first Olympics to be held in the United States were held at the St. Louis Fair, but the fair's scale overshadowed the games. Moreover, few international players participated in the games owing to the high travel costs. So how did everyone get to the World Fair, I wonder? The Vulcan statue of Birmingham, Alabama, currently the largest cast iron statue in the world, and the city symbol, was first exhibited at the Exposition in the Palace of Mines and Metallurgy. And apart from the state and country exhibitions, the fair featured exhibits by industries, private organizations, theatre troupes, and music schools. One of the popular zones was the Pike, which featured carnival-style amusements and rides, and nearly all the structures built during the fair were intended to be temporary, including the Agricultural Hall. Nearly all the structures
built during the fair were intended to be temporary. Also, they want us to believe, including the 20-acre Palace of Agriculture. But as we know, many of these World's Fairs buildings still stand around the world. There are 3 in Australia alone still standing. But they say the buildings were intended to be temporary and so were constructed mainly of staff, a mixture of plaster of Paris and hemp fibres. Following the fair, many of the structures were razed to the ground. Some of the buildings were spared and they exist today. A notable structure among them is the Palace of Fine Arts. The exquisite structure features an interior reminiscent of the Grand Roman Baths of Caracalla. The building currently houses the St. Louis Art Museum. Other surviving structures include the Brookings Hall of Washington University, a huge bird cage at the St. Louis Zoo, and mansions located on the northern border of Forest Park. The Louisiana Purchase Exposition still retains its aura and fascination among today's collectors and historians. The debris of the demolished buildings and structures of the fair are studied by archaeologists. Many of the items originally sold during the fair are now traded as antiques. These collectibles serve as a reminder of the World's Fair, whose grandeur remains unmatched and unrivaled. So that comes from ushistory.com, and it tells us the little story, the mainstream narrative. Now, just reading that, what stands out to me is they say this was all built out of staff, except the Palace of Fine Arts and other buildings that are, that are being used, a massive bird cage, some houses. And if they were constructed out of masonry, as we know they were, then it would have taken more than 2 or 3 years to build all these buildings. And even if they were made of plaster and staff and that, they want us to believe that they built more than 1,500 individual buildings, the largest covering 20 acres. They built 75 miles of roads and walkways. They also built all the canals, of course, all the plumbing, which they never mentioned, that ran all the fountains. All the fountains. Now, fountains can't be made out of plaster. Anything that's got water on it has to be solid rock, right? Or brick, masonry of some kind. But they don't touch on these topics. They just say, no, it was all staff, all staff, plaster. We knocked most of it down and we just kept a couple, which just happened to, not be made of plaster and happened to be made exactly like all the other old world buildings we still have that we're told are built in, the 1500s, the 1600s, the 1700s. Yet these ones looked exactly the same, but were made from plaster. But now, 100 years later, the ones that are still standing are exactly the same as the ones from the 1500s. So lots of holes in this story from my point of view. And here's just another article. I'll link these two below so you can check them out. Riverfront Times, rare photos from the 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis. You can see they were introducing things like airships, but of course, making them look very rudimentary. And, much like the plane, which was invented, 1902, I believe, I could be wrong. By World War One, we had, fighting planes, aeroplanes and pilots to pilot them, 10 years later. Same with balloons. This is 1904. By, the 1910s, there were proper balloons everywhere. And then by 1930s, the Hindenburg, that was gone, right? So 30 years for the air balloon. This became part of the Washington University. This is clearly built of brick. Okay, but and just this building alone, like I said, that'd take more than 3 years to build. But they want us to believe they built all these other 1,500 buildings, but this one they decided to build out of brick and build it properly and make it look like a castle. Just, why not? And we have here, this is the Alps. So they were recreating culture, and what they do is they give the buildings a certain look. As you can see here in the Alps, they love to do the wooden, protruding windows, and the sort of ornate wooden balconies, these sloped roofs with these this facading on the edge of it. You know, it's a certain look, right? So they cover all the buildings in that and say, that's the Alps. That's that culture. And here we have the Department of Anthropology. This is one of the buildings we're told is made out of plaster, right? 3 stories, plaster building. And, you know, you can see this bit goes down. It's lower than the rest. It, you know, looking a lot like they've just come in and graded and flattened out this land in front of it. And the building was already there. Here's China. I mean, sorry, Japanese restaurant. So again, see how they introduce the culture, the way that the buildings look, you know, and the rickshaws and things. This is Japan. Here again, we have Japanese gardens. Okay, so again, you know, introducing all these things, you know, and these little pagoda type things, and people still have them in their gardens, right? And we've got the, you know, Japanese looking buildings, the clothes, you know, so again, it looks like they were introducing culture. This is the British Pavilion, a reproduction of orangery, which I'm not sure what that is, obviously some kind of building, which probably means, you know, just the same building. We got the gardens out here. So this is British culture. And that's all these people, you know, who are probably orphans or descendants of orphans and don't know what's going on. They're being told this is the British, you know, when things look like this, it's British. When they look like this, it's Japanese, it's Chinese. This is a good one. Construction work on a channel. Construction work on a channelway for the rivers, the Perrys in Forest Park Dome. So basically they're saying this is a channelway for the rivers. You know, this is a canal, is what they're saying. And they've built the edge here out of wood, which is not waterproof. So I don't even know what this picture is meant to really be representing, this big deck here. You know, we don't see many wooden decks in the World's Fairs, right? They all look to be masonry, tiled, cement, something, you know, not wood. And again, you know, what are we supposed to believe that they then fill these up with water and this is going to hold it? So not sure, but that's what it says. Construction work on a channelway for the river. This is another construction photo. And as you can see, we've got a road here. You can see the kind of workers we've got. You know, they say that all of St. Louis was involved in building this. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think that's a worker. 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 workers on this road, which is already there. And they're just, I don't know, smoothing it out or something. And this is the thing, right? We've got all these stories, but, you know, this picture could be anywhere. We don't know this is the fairgrounds. Here we have the Automobile Parade, 1904 World's Fair. Okay, this is called the Argentinian exhibit demonstrating a classroom. So introducing the education system, classrooms, and this says teaching skills associated with manual labor, particularly carpentry. Now, the story we're given of history is all of these skills were passed down father to son. You know, maybe, you know, in certain circumstances, there were apprentices that weren't necessarily the sons, but schooling, teaching this in schooling, that's a new thing, right? Being introduced. Send your kids away to be educated. Again, Brazil. This is Brazil log cabin, and you know, I've looked at lots of pictures and old books and maps, and I've never seen structures like this, apart from a few that were built from the Spanish. So again, that, you know, introducing this, we didn't have any technology kind of theme, right? This is Bulgarian art. So again, introducing, you know, patterns and different, you know, cultural themes and artworks, you know, art designs that people are supposed to associate with certain regions. This is all to do with division, right? This is how they were dividing us at the start, you know. This person's Bulgarian, this person's from the US, this is Japanese, this is Chinese, right? The Chinese government pavilion. This is the Church of the Philippines. So again, introducing culture, you know, the different, you know, clothes and the way they build their buildings. and also religion. And they also introduced a lot of industry. And this was basically to get people to choose, what do you want to do for your job, right? This is your choices. And, a lot of this machinery does look, very advanced for 1904, for what we're told of the timeline. And they got cutaways in these engines and stuff. And a lot of it also looks very large, but all solid iron, this old world solid iron that doesn't seem to rust. But then, you look for the foundries and the manufacturing plants, and, they don't seem to be either there or enough of them to have built all this stuff. Hang gliders, flight. All right, so they had the balloons, the air balloons, and they got gliders as well. 1904. That's William Avery. Here we have the Chinese pavilion. And again, this is a reproduction, apparently, of Prince Pu Lin's summer residence. And, we see this so often looking at the old world structures, that we have these very, very similar or identical structures in different parts of the world, in countries and cultures that are supposed to have nothing to do with each other. So is this another way that they were sort of hiding all this stuff and creating cultures? Because to me, these are, all these buildings are machines of some kind. And so this could be, whatever, the cleaning machine, let's just say. And all they do is they say, oh, no, it looks like that because it's Chinese, right? And they give it a culture, and then we just think it's a building. And, of course, the division. Cliff dwellers. I mean, look at this, literally. They've built this. Now, this up here looks like laid rock, inlaid, so this is a solid structure, and the rest just looks like, I'm not sure if it almost looks like sheeting, doesn't it, that's been sprayed with paint or something, but you can see the steps there. Could also be, mortar or geopolymer of some kind. But yeah, these are the troglodytes, right, the cliff dwellers. And of course, Theodore Roosevelt was also at the 1904 St. Louis Fair. This building as well, just to point out, looks, we see reproductions of this building everywhere. Go check out the Canadian Parliamentary Library. Looks very, very similar, and there's a lot of other ones. But Theodore Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, that's where we get the name Teddy Bear. That's where it's named after. Theodore, so as well as him being there, the teddy bear was introduced. And this is just all one fair, like all these culture things. We've got, cars, we've got the Olympics, we've got teddy bears, we've got foods and things. So what do you think? Leave me a comment below. I've got a lot more pictures that I'm going to put on now for you to have a look at. But leave me a comment. What do you think? Is the narrative that we're told real, or do these look like found cities and then they were used to bring in, the new control system, right? And with these guys in control in their black suits and their top hats, because that's what it looks like to me. And I'm still looking for an explanation for the plumbing system that ran all of the fountains. Still haven't found that one. So hang around, check out all these photos. There's about 100 of them coming up, really good ones. Many of them you won't have seen before, so hang out to the end. Please give me a like, a share, and a subscribe, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload.
everybody wins.
Postal Address.